the strongest technician of the Hidden Sand Village. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Lois vs Whitestone. Erakomaru, what do you mean? Shirogakiji was very dissatisfied with Erakomaru's words and stepped forward to reprimand him. He had been very disgusted with the eldest son of the Erakomaru family ever since he cheated Shiraishi on the spark magic trading evaluation. He didn't expect to say this at this time kind of words. Going to support as Shiraishi will only cause unnecessary trouble. The Shadun-sanmei were deeply afraid that Beishi and the elders would collude with Yanyan to persecute Feng Ying, so they received orders this time to increase their vigilance and attention to Beishi. So according to Erakomaru Akita's original words, he just asked Erakomaru and the others to pay a little attention to Shiraishi's movements. Erakomaru directly stated that Shiraishi was not suitable to participate in the rescue, which was tantamount to openly splitting Sunagakure's current class. Please step aside. After signaling Shirogakiji to calm down, Shiraishi looked at Erakomaru without any emotion in his eyes. This made Erakomaru a little hairy. Thinking of blocking Shiraishi's move to suppress him, Shiraishi couldn't help but take a few steps back, showing his inner panic. Asshole, you kid are too arrogant. A jounin of the Erakomaru family saw Erakomaru's attitude and secretly cursed the eldest master as a waste. At the same time, he stepped forward to stop Erakomaru and stopped Shiraishi. You have killed so many companions in the village, and you don't reflect on it, but you are still so arrogant. The word companion comes out of your mouth. It's really ridiculous. To this day, Shiraishi does not have any expectations for this group of people to be able to put their personal grudges over the entire Sunagakure. Shiraishi has seen through the faces of these so-called Sunagakure family. Sunagakure's teamwork to rescue the Kazekage is essentially a good opportunity to buffer the current conflicts between the two sides. After all, in the future, Sunagakure will face military pressure from both sides of Iwagakure and Konoha, and uniting all factions in the village is the most important thing. However, for Shiraishi, this dispatch was mainly to rescue Hoshinome and the others. The importance of these students was, to some extent, more important than Rata. Are you listening to me, kid? When the Erakomaru family jounin tried to catch Shiraishi, he saw Shiraishi and his two companions turn into illusory after images composed of countless bubbles and disappear in front of him. What happened? The mirage illusion has been silently activated for a long time, and the Whitestone team has actually left the place long ago. He ignored the provocation from the jounin of the Erakomaru family. Hateful being played with an illusion by a mere brat made the jounin of the Erakomaru family angry. After he quickly sensed the position of Shiraishi and others, he projected a kunai, but before he could get close to Shiraishi, he was shattered by an invisible wind blade. Nothing turned into pieces. Wind escape. It was obvious that Shiraishi had just used a whirlwind sword move, which was very skillful in shattering the kunai. This move made the Erakomaru family jounin freeze on the spot, and the other ninjas from the Sand Escape family around him also stared blankly at Shiraishi's team leaving. This use of hand style was astonishing to the audience. The extremely clever use of chakra showed Shiraishi's unfathomable strength. During the rapid migration of Shiraishi's team, Shiraishi looked through the locations in the Apocalypse Mountains area and then began to think about where Alyosha and others might appear. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became very awkward and subtle. Erakomaru secretly cursed himself for being a fool. He didn't expect that one sentence would stir up so many things. Now the relationship between Shiraishi and Shadun-sanmei might be even worse. In the canyon of the Apocalypse Mountains, the situation on Luosha's side is very dangerous. Iwagakure has made it clear that his chariots and horses are going to kill these Sunagakure enemies. The offensive is very dangerous, and Luosha's Sand Escape is almost under focus. Fortunately, the path in the mountain range is narrow. After a large amount of sand and dust shielded the hidden weapon, it was extremely inconvenient for Iwagakure to invade. During the stalemate for several hours, it became increasingly difficult for Alyosha to maintain the protection, especially when Inoki used the aggravating rock technique to suppress it from time to time. Own point Nagase Bizun, Morimoto Ryoharu, and Hoshinome were once again attacked by the explosive escape hunter and the entire explosive escape team during the formation of a triangle formation point. Explosions continued to sound, and many of his companions were seriously injured and fell down. As Hoshinowuai retreated, the ox-headed moon in his hand turned into a spear, and he danced wildly in an offensive, tearing apart the various traps in front of him. During the battle, Hoshinome activated the secret technique, and her petite body began to expand little by little, turning into a muscular female monster, with a pair of special horns gradually growing out of her head. Such a state shows that the natural energy in Hoshinome's body, stimulated by the natural energy of the beast, gives Hoshinome a very terrifying physical quality. This form transformation is very similar to Orochimaru's curse seal mode in the future. Roaring wildly, Hoshinome's muscles were very hard. The explosive bombing left no trace of scars on her body. The Minotaur witch waved her powerful fist in front of her and rushed towards Iwagakure like a meat grinder. Explosion hunter had always had a shadow of the muscular monster in front of him. This time he rushed forward and instinctively took a step back. However, he saw Hoshinome scream strangely and hit the area on one side of the valley with a punch. In an instant, countless rocks shattered and collapsed, causing the rocks to collapse. A part of the formation began to become chaotic. This kind of strange power. When Inoki turned around to pay attention, Eluosha took advantage of the situation and urged the place of gold to gather, turning into a sand town and shooting out, attacking Iwagakure's rear troops. The cage level took action with extraordinary momentum. Countless ordinary ninjas from Iwagakure were immediately pierced by needles of placer gold. At the same time, Eluosha quickly formed a seal, and the placer gold burst into the blood. Feng. Ing. Uokanshu www.uokanshu.net is quite capable. Inoki transformed into multiple Iwa clones and quickly besieged Rasa. While that Tsuchikage and Kazekage continued to fight fiercely, Hoshinome met Lois from Iwagakure village. Earth escape for Stroke. The giant fist fell and hit Hoshinome in an instant. Lois, who had the strength of an elite jounin, took action with the force of thunder, quickly suppressing the crazy and berserk Hoshinome. At the same time, countless boulders were generated around him, coming directly in the form of a seal. Genius. Girl, it's over, Huang. Two's words were like words of judgment. Just when Hoshinowuai was about to be covered by endless gravel, she heard a familiar voice. Wind. Escape. Multiple whirlwind knives, hundreds of meters away. Countless wind blades were seen, with roaring postures, quickly impacting the gravel in front of them, dissipating the Lois's offensive invisible. This person is wearing Sunagakure's forehead protector. He was unexpectedly young, since Shiraishi was not wearing glasses now. When they briefly met on the battlefield, Huang Tu did not immediately recognize Shiraishi's appearance. While Huang Tu was distracted, the Feiyu mirror behind Shiraishi was activated. The chakra thread quickly grabbed Hoshinome and pulled her back, successfully saving his student. Where to go? The giant fist condensed on Lois's hand and blasted out. When the punch landed, Shiraishi and everything around him turned into bubbles and dissipated. From the very beginning, Shiraishi was in a mirage state, which caused Lois to delay his fighter plane. Not only the Shiraishi team, but also a large amount of support from Sunagakure around the Apocalypse Mountains finally arrived, and Inoki's expression changed for a moment. Why did Sunagakure appear so quickly? According to previous estimates, it would take at least more than an hour for Sunagakure's main support to arrive. PS. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Chapter 77. Breaking out of the shell. Shiraishi was able to confirm Kazekage's position so quickly, mainly because Mei Hoshino and others who practiced telekinesis had a certain connection with Shiraishi's telekinesis technique, so they were able to confirm Kazekage's position so quickly. Although the number of Sunagakure support troops was not large, they were all elite forces stationed in the Apocalypse Mountains. Facing the attack from both sides by Sunagakure, Iwagakure did not hesitate to fight, but took the initiative to retreat. So, Yuakurojiri Shiraishi. Before Lois retreated, he finally remembered Shiraishi's identity and spoke provocatively. Next time on the battlefield, you and your students will not be so lucky. Shiraishi ignored Lois's words and went to check on the conditions of these students. Several of the children who were seriously injured were taken out of the treasured potion, and at the same time, Shiraishi performed the most basic medical ninjutsu treatment. Where's the medical class? There is no medical class. For this Chunin exam, Kazekage-sama did not bring a medical class with him. Morimoto Ryaji's words made Shiraishi's eyes become extremely complicated. As he accelerated the medical ninjutsu treatment, his gaze towards Kazekage became profound. In addition to Shiraishi, a large number of Sunagakure ninjas appeared, including the medical team stationed in the Apocalypse Mountains, and worked with Shiraishi to treat everyone. Ratsu was actually very embarrassed because he was seriously injured, but as the Kazekage, he had to forcefully lead everyone back to Sunagakure. When his eyes met with Shiraishi's, the two of them avoided each other's eyes almost at the same time. Shiraishi didn't want his eyes to be caught by Kazekage, but Kazekage felt a bit regretful about being transferred from the medical class because it wasn't done beautifully enough, and it made Kazekage appear to be narrow-minded. Along the way, Team Shiraishi and his students didn't have much communication with Kazekage. Both parties were preoccupied and quickly returned to the village. Returning to Sand Hidden Village, the first thing Kazekage did was summon the two elders Ibizo Chiyo to discuss the issue of the defense line of the Enlightenment Mountains. Shiraishi didn't want to participate, but was stopped by Ibizo, who came over, and they entered Kazekage's office together. Iwagakure's provocation means that the alliance is broken, and the battlefield on the western front is about to break out. Eluosha covered her injuries with a hint of exhaustion in her tone. Ibizo and Chiyo are very aware of the seriousness of the situation, and now Iwagakure has made it clear that the horses are going to war. What do you think, Kazekage-sama, Grandma? Chiyo, this time, you and I will jointly take charge of the mountain range. The reason for choosing Chiyo is because she is a puppet master and pharmacist, and her overall strength is extremely good, so it is perfect for her to take charge of the battlefield. As for Inoki's dust release, someone needs to be restrained, and Eluosha, who masters magnetic release, is the only suitable candidate. As for the direction of Konoha, we still need Ibizo-senpai. The final attack and defense of Mount Kikayo is about to begin. This time, in addition to Orochimaru, Konoha also has another Sannin, Jiraiya, and his disciple Minato Namikaze, and many other powerful people are in charge. Sunagakure, who has received the information, is under great pressure. On Konoha's side, there are Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Namikaze Minato. Although Sunagakure has Hayakura and Ibizo, their combat power has been seriously unbalanced. The lack of high-end power has led to the need to send more manpower. Sunagakure is not yet the small elite village that it will be more than 10 years later. Therefore, if it is truly fully mobilized, Sunagakure village can still gather more than 10,000 ninjas to join the battlefield of Mount Kikayo, with a total strength of more than 20,000, which is different from Konoha's 10,000. The tactics of attacking a large number of people are enough. Ibizo went to Mount Kikayo to support Ye Cang, and Chiyo sat in the Apocalypse Mountains to monitor Iwagakure. In addition, even Shiraishi, the Genin, and Ratsu wanted to be mobilized to Mount Kikayo. Shirogakiji, Jounin and Shiraishi continued to form a team, and led the Genin from the ninja graduation school to Mount Kikayo. The main forces of the Yamaji family and the Iroquois family also accompanied the Kazekage to the Apocalypse Mountains to compete with Iwagakure. Iroquois Akita's level of sand control is not weaker than that of Ratsu. With his help, Ratsu will be relieved of a lot of pressure. After the general mobilization order was issued, Feng Ying's office suddenly became quiet. Because so many things happened in the Kingdom of Wind during Eluosha's absence, the relationship between the two parties became delicate. I hope you will stay calm whenever you encounter anything in the future. The sword of a strong man should not be used to kill your companions. Sha saw the absent-minded Shiraishi beside him, and gently warned him in a wind shadow pose. I will never kill my companions, so I cannot bear the blame and characterization. Lord Kazekage, please take it back. Sha's words are very vicious. Once this conversation is spread, he will be identified as a bastard who kills his companions. In the future, as time goes by, many people who don't know the inside story will think that he is a madman who kills his companions casually. This confrontation made Eluosha's face turn red and very angry, and his eyes became sharper. Under the strong aura, Shiraishi did not give in at all point during the Chunin exams. He transferred the medical class away, causing 15 of his students to die in battle against Iwagakure. Shiraishi had to admire this kind of operation. The so-called magnanimity was only shown to outsiders. In the end, Shiraishi ignored Feng Ying's mad look and turned around to leave. Kazekage-sama, unity is not how you unite. Reading www.ukanshu.net. Ibizo said quietly before turning around and leaving with Chiyo. Teacher, I've heard about your deeds. It's so amazing. The conflict and grudge between Shiraishi and the Yamaji family spread almost throughout the entire Sunagakure village. As soon as Mahashino and the others came back, they heard such exciting inside gossip, and they admired Shiraishi even more. Especially Ryoharu Morimoto. His father was forced to die by the Yamaji family. Now the teacher can severely attack the Yamaji family, making him admire and worship Shiraishi even more. Few of us have become Chunin in this time. What reward does the teacher have for us? Hoshino. Mare looked very cute and flattering and looked at Shiraishi. The latter was silent for a while and handed a scroll to everyone. This is the experience of practicing the whirlwind knife. Please accept it. Compared with other escape techniques, Shiraishi's whirlwind sword is very sharp and fierce, and its instantaneous speed is extremely fast. There are also multiple basic training modes of whirlwind swords, which shows that Shiraishi cares about this group of students. 90 people participated in this joint Chunin exam. 15 people died during the Chunin exams. Another 20 people died during Sunagakure's attack by Iwagakure. There were only 55 students left, plus other graduates. A total of 255. There are still more than 10 days before leaving for the Konoha Kakayo mountain battlefield. During this period, Shiraishi must strengthen new education and guidance for them to enhance their battlefield survivability. Shirogakiji and Jounin also became instructors with him to strengthen the battlefield survival ability of these children. At the same time, in Shiraishi's glasses system, the special egg from before finally hatched and turned into a special blood mist in the system glasses. The second psychic beast also officially entered the state of generation, and the data was displayed in front of Shiraishi one by one. Not a dream-eating bat. Chapter 78, Moonbat. Moonbat sealed form. To Shiraishi's surprise, the name that appeared on the psychic beast interface was not the previous dream-eating bat, but another bat species. However, judging from the grade, it still belonged to the purple psychic beast. The dream-eating bat and the moonbat belong to the same race, but the moonbat has a softer personality and does not like fighting. However, when it encounters a real threat, the moonbat will also activate its special illusion talent to devour the opponent's mental power with wings, composed of purple and dark gold. Compared with the fierce appearance of the dream-eating bat, the moonbat gives Shiraishi a noble feeling, as if he is enjoying the sacred beast that controls the power of the moonlight. The third eye on the forehead is in a sealed state, which is the so-called seal form of the moonbat. According to the prompts in the system, as the user's strength increases, the moonbat will also strengthen itself and eventually open the third eye mode. Compared with conventional psychic beasts, such as desert blood wolves, a group of carnivorous creatures with huge appetites, moon-shaped bats can continue to grow and improve as long as they are attached to the world of white stone spiritual power. The purple level is just a sealed form. In fact, after turning on the sealed state, the strength is upgraded to a higher level of gold. Currently, the grades in the system are divided into 6 colors: white, green, blue, purple, gold and supreme red. In addition to red grades, card skills also collect white stones of other colors. Therefore, since the psychic beast has golden potential, so its skills, after the talent skills were generated, 5 talent skills appeared, namely Dark Explosion, Shadow Light, Moonlight, Hypnosis, and Dream Eater, which were 2 more than the Blue Desert Blood Wolf. Shiraishi has already seen the 3 tricks of Moonlight, Hypnosis, and Dream Eating. According to the explanation, the light of shadow is a special strange light that can ignore the opponent's characteristics. Judging from the skill card alone, it is a gold level skill like King Iron. It's a pity that the talent skill cannot be used by himself, and this move seems to consume a lot of money on the moonbat. The second skill, Dark Explosion, is a blue skill that can release dark power to explode. covering the opponent's sight and reducing the perception level. It is a very versatile attack method. The blood-colored explosive light spit out by the dream-eating bat previously should be a variation of the dark blast. When it comes to learning skills, the moonwheel bat can master many skills. Even common white stone skills such as black mist and whirlwind knife can be used to master. However, compared to others, the moon bat is most powerful in its hypnotic illusion and dream-eating abilities, making it the best partner for white stone's illusion amplification. Psychicism. The moment the seal was completed, Shiraishi summoned the moon bat from the spiritual world. Amidst the melodious sound waves of music, the purple wings spread gently, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted for an instant. Although the moon-shaped third eye on the forehead is tightly closed, it gives people a strong sense of unreality. The music playing is very elegant and comfortable, as if the opponent will gradually fall into sleep in this special rhythm. Cold and aloof. 7 strange mirrors reflect the spiritual world. Each mirror repeatedly reflects different memory fragments. From the owner of the first mirror to the white stone that emerges from the last one, it feels like being in a special movie theater looking at the humans in front of him. The moon bat nodded very proudly. Although Shiraishi was his summoner, the memory of the Dream Eater bat being killed by King Iron in the previous life also existed with the moon bat. Although you are close, keep a certain distance. A very unique psychic beast, but Shiraishi could feel that the reborn moon bat's illusion skills were actually more powerful than the dream-eating bat. Although the surrounding scene has not changed, Shiraishi has actually been dragged into the environment by it. Although there was no malice, it gave Shiraishi a clear understanding of the moon bat's strength. With the moon bat, Shiraishi's illusion resistance will be greatly improved, and it may provide a lot of useful assistance if he encounters pupil opponents in the future. There is currently a raging undercurrent in the entire ninja world. Iwagakure continues to send more troops and manpower to the Apocalypse Mountains to confront Sunagakure. At the same time, Konoha is also strengthening its military line at Mount Kikayo and Kanekun Bridge in the direction of Iwagakure. A three-party melee situation between Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha has formed, but according to Konoha's plan, it is crucial to conquer Sunagakure first. After the first batch of reinforcement arrived, Konoha successively sent out powerful men from various families. Among them, Nerishikawa, the current leader of the Nera clan and the chief military planner of Konoha, personally appeared on the front line to command. His son, Shikaku Nera, and the Inoshika butterfly combination formed by 2 companions, also arrived at the front line later. Compared with the last time, Orochimaru was good at making claims. This time the elites of Konoha were dispatched, showing the terrifying heritage and strength of the number 1 ninja village. Whether it was a shadow level powerhouse or an elite jounin, a secret family ninja, a high-end jounin battle in terms of strength, there is a crushing situation. This time, you will be the captain of the surprise attack team. Sunagakure's surprise attack brigade is mainly used for frontline reconnaissance, sensing the opponent's movements, and investigating the enemy's situation. Since the puppet troops are listed separately, the entire surprise attack brigade is constructed, and Shiraishi is currently in charge. Shinome, Nagase Bizun, and Morimoto Ryoji were the first batch of elite Chunin who also became members of Shiraishi. UU Reading www.ukanshu.net to be precise. The main constituents of this team are the students of Shiraishi School. Shirogakiji serves as the captain of the second team of the puppet brigade, while Maki works in the medical class. The split of the 3-person team is a helpless situation. After all, the war is imminent. Although the medical team is not on the front line, they still have to be careful. At the gate of the camp, Shiraishi was still a little worried about Juan's safety. After handing a special lunchbox to her, he continued to tell Juan some ways and means to protect himself on the battlefield. Don't worry, I will definitely protect myself, but you have to be careful with the stone. Due to their preference for mobility, the surprise attack team always goes deep into the battlefield and has a high probability of encountering Konoha battles, so Maki is very worried about Shiraishi. Especially the appearance of Nerishikawa, this military wizard who was the brains of Konoha's war. He had planned wonderful battles for Konoha in the past shinobi wars. His appearance made Sunagakure extremely nervous, as proud as Orochimaru. After the appearance of Nerishikawa, He also transferred part of the command to Konoha's 1st Military Division and let him arrange the next layout point inside the Konoha camp point. The Nera family's ancestral hedgehog's head was raised high. A man in his middle years was looking at the map pattern of Mount Kakayo with cold eyes, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, fixed on this area. Father, Nera. Shikaku was still a little in awe when he saw his father Shikora. He stepped forward very respectfully and handed his father his plan for the battle situation. Your plan is feasible, but it lacks several key elements, Nera. Shikora still attaches great importance to the cultivation of his son's abilities, so taking advantage of this battle of Kakayo Mountain, he decided to personally take his eldest son Shikaku to study hard and prepare for the inheritance of the Nera family. Chapter 79, Third Kazekage. Compared to the last battle at Mount Kakayo, Sunagakure was much more cautious this time. Before Ebizao and others arrived, Ye Cang had just tightened the defense line and did not attempt to venture deep into Konoha's many attempts to lure the enemy. How is your practice of fire escape technique? The first thing Ye Cang said when he saw Shiraishi was to question him about the practice of fire release. As the battle on Platikadon Mountain became more and more intense, Ye Cang valued the inheritance of fire release even more. Therefore, after Shiraishi appeared, she was anxious to test him. Seeing his teacher's reaction and expression, Shiraishi felt warm in his heart. At the same time, several small fireballs quickly condensed on his palms, and crackling explosions burned in the air, highlighting Shiraishi's excellent fire control ability. Since possessing the Kingan surgery, Shiraishi has attached great importance to his ability to control fire, and he has also been particularly devoted to the practice of fire escape. Although it was just an extension of the spark technique, Ye Cang's eyes lit up. This child was at least willing to put in the effort to practice fire escape. After all, he had previously been extremely good at wind escape, earth escape, and water escape. Scorching escape is a combination of fire and wind chakra attributes. Although it is a natural combination of the two chakra attributes, you may not be able to practice it bit by bit, except for a few blood successors who must be passed down by blood. Chakra attribute combinations such as blood successors can actually be passed down through teacher-student relationships, such as the 3rd generation Tsukikage and the 2nd generation Tsukikage. Ye Cang's version of burning release is slightly different from the future version of scorching release. Ye Cang's version of burning release is mainly based on the two chakra attributes of wind and fire, while Zeduoming's version of burning release has 3 attributes: wind, thunder, and fire combination. Although Shiraishi and Ye Cang have not met many times over the years, Ye Cang has never failed to cultivate and guide fire escape. Ye Cang has no descendants, so he attaches great importance to Shiraishi's practice of fire escape. Anyway, she was born to awaken the burning escape, and there were no family restrictions, so she could teach and teach as she wanted. In Shiraishi's imagination and plan, the power of the blue flame in the future can also be integrated into the burning escape, and a new type of blue flame burning escape technique can be developed. Ye Cang basically explained the basic principles and practice outline clearly. How to practice and develop is what Shiraishi needs to consider next. The next battle will be extremely dangerous, and you must protect yourself. Compared with Shiraishi during the first battle at Mount Kakayo, his strength has already improved by leaps and bounds. At least he won't be afraid of ordinary jounin Shiraishi, especially with a powerful psychic beast like the moon bat. It's just that the moon bat's temperament is elusive, so one must be very careful when using its illusion power. The captain of the surprise attack brigade, Shiraishi has 15 detachments under his entire brigade. Among them, Hashinome and others directly follow Shiraishi, and the remaining 15 detachments patrol and detect the enemy's situation in different areas. Let's start the mission. Outside the camp, Shiraishi watched the 3 students arrive without any nonsense. At the same time as he formed seals with his hands, his mental power began to increase and skyrocketed. A gust of wind suddenly blew up, and when Shiraishi's sleeves were tumbling, he sprayed out airwaves that stunned the 3 students. My teacher likes to be cool. I must study this Fengdan method to increase my coolness next time. Ignoring the thoughts of the 3 people, Beishi relied on his mind power to walk on the wind, soar in the sky, and rush to the target area at extremely fast speeds. Shinome and the others looked at Shiraishi's flying posture in stunned silence. Although they also mastered the movement method of combining telekinesis and wind escape, they really didn't expect to be able to fly as fast as Shiraishi. Let's go. The three of them used all their telekinesis to cooperate with the wind escape, and then hung in midair cautiously, feeling the wind blowing through their bodies. Among the three, Morimoto Raji, who had the best chakra control, took the lead in speeding up. Wait a minute. Morimoto, Hoshino, Mei couldn't help but get anxious when she saw Morimoto Raji also flying. Nagaspinizan on the side had an idea. He turned the long knife in his hand, and the whirlwind knife slashed out and generated force at the same time, forcibly increasing his speed point. This works too. Thinking of this, Hoshinome learned Nagaspinizan's method, and Gyutazuki quickly rotated and danced, generating explosive wind speed, allowing her to keep up with Shiraishi. Shiraishi nodded when he saw the three finally catching up with him, but soon he frowned because he noticed something unusual. You lay an ambush first, signaling the trio to retreat. Shiraishi spread his telekinesis all over his body at the same time. Unexpectedly, one of the areas blocked his telekinesis exploration, which may be a barrier technique arranged by Konoha. Obviously, Shiraishi's side also encountered Konoha's surprise attack force, and the other side was also aware of Shiraishi's presence. Insect. In addition to the small barrier, there were many small flying insects around Shiraishi, which made him quickly understand that his opponent was probably a member of the Aburame clan of Konoha. Kindness. What's wrong, Shanjing? Aburame. Yame's expression was ugly because the bugs he sent out seemed to encounter a very scary chakra, but he was unable to determine the opponent's position for a while. When he tried to sense it, he found that the opponent had disappeared. The surprise attack team composed of 4 of them actually had the same purpose as Shiraishi's team, which was mainly to spy on intelligence. However, they did not expect that the 2 surprise attack teams from both sides would encounter each other so quickly. It's Sunagakure's troops, and the opponent's chakra reaction is very strong. Before he could finish speaking, a touch of darkness descended silently, and the 3 Konoha ninjas fell into a strange world without knowing it. Illusion. Being in a dark world, they heard melodious music being played. In the surprised eyes of the 3 Konoha ninjas, the world in front of them seemed increasingly unreal and illusory. Although they knew they were trapped in Jinjutsu, it was very difficult to break through. Even the 3 Konoha ninjas didn't know when they entered the Jinjutsu world. Reading www.ukanshu.net. In the sky, Shiraishi's eyes showed powerful fluctuations of mental power, and a moon wheel mark appeared on his forehead, indicating that he was borrowing the ability of the moon wheel bat to fight. Compared to the desert blood wolf, the moon bat has a stronger ability to enhance the mental power and illusion of the caster secret technique Dark Explosion under the endless black light. It was as if all 5 senses were blocked. Except for Aburame Yame, the other 2 Konoha ninjas tried to perform the illusion technique, but the more they struggled, the stronger the effect of the illusion became. The strength of the moon bat is that it does not have a real entity, but relies on mental power to survive. So Shiraishi uses it to activate Jinjutsu to suppress Konoha's surprise attack. Just when Shiraishi was about to take further action, a sharp light flashed from behind. Knife. A young Konoha special jounin with silver hair, armed with a white fang sword, attacked forcefully. Shiraishi turned around and took out his silver sword. The moment the 2 swords crossed each other, powerful sparks exploded in midair. Sparks splashed everywhere, and Shiraishi's moon wheel mark quickly dissipated, and the 3 people in Konoha also dispelled the illusion. Hatake Kakashi, Black Mist and White Stone. For a moment, the 2 of them recognized each other's identity. The same young man has become famous, the same master of swordsmanship, and will also be named a technician in the future. Now they meet for the first time at Mount Platicaton. PS. Asking for more votes is really just to give me some confidence in myself. To put it bluntly, this thing is really dispensable compared to subscriptions and monthly passes. In addition, some book friends should not send red envelopes and accept them with their heart, but this will affect the editor. Some people think that I'm swiping votes, and I just need you to vote normally every day. If there's a typo, just say catching bugs in this chapter. I'll change it when I see it. Chapter 80, Knife and Knife. Although Third Kazekage has not yet become a jounin, he has been a special jounin like Shiraishi for a long time. Both of them became famous when they were young. Compared with Shiraishi, who has grown taller, Kazekage, who is 3 years younger than Shiraishi, is still young. Tall. Although he was a small man, Shiraishi did not underestimate any Konoha ninja. He turned the silver knife in his hand and suddenly started to move at high speed. Facing Kurogiri Shiraishi, Kazekage was under a lot of pressure. This ninja, who is currently a very famous Sunagakure, had just displayed a strange illusion, which showed that Kurogiri Shiraishi was still getting stronger. If he hadn't used his sword in time just now, Aburame and the others might have suffered. The illusion was interrupted, and when Aburame and others returned from the mysterious world, their chakra was severely drained. It was obvious that they were tortured in the strange spiritual world, causing serious damage to their chakra. The Minotaur moon flew out from nowhere, and while being blocked by a Konoha ninja, Nagase Bizun and Morimoto Ryoharu were seen holding weapons and assassinating him at extremely fast speeds. Physical arts. When did Sunagakure and Shirogakure both like playing with weapons so much? There was a loud explosion, and the arm of one of the Konoha ninjas was cut off by Nagase Bizun. At the same time, Aburame urged countless insects to attack, but saw Hoshinome shoot a powerful whirlwind knife, and the storm energy rolled up was twisted. Crush these invading insects as Shiraishi and Third Kazekage continued to fall vertically. The detonating talisman and kunai in Kakashi's hand continued to project and attack Shiraishi, while Shiraishi's whirlwind knife continued to shoot out, forcibly neutralizing Kakashi's attack. The moment the two of them landed at the same time, Shiraishi's high-speed movement was blessed, and his right foot suddenly lifted up, carrying the light of the wind blade emitted by the whirlwind knife. Today Shiraishi can release the whirlwind knife faster, and he can also activate the whirlwind knife with a kick. The ground shook violently, and cracks suddenly opened. The stones and soil were driven by the hidden forward force of Shiraishi's feet, and flew out, shooting towards Kazekage. Some were large and some were small, and they were all as fast as bullets. Such domineering physical strength, before the Mat family's 8-gate dungeon became famous in the ninja world. Strong physical skills like Shiraishi's were also very rare. Although Kazekage was also good at sword skills, it did not mean that he was a powerful ninja. With the help of the rebound force, Shiraishi jumped out like a flash of sword light, followed closely behind, and made a slight arc while approaching Kazekage. The whole process was chilling, and it was an extremely ferocious killing move. At the same time, Shiraishi squeezed with one hand, and a line of giant rock shells suddenly shot out from the ground, heading straight for Kakashi front door. Kazekage faced the largest stone, flashed the long knife in his hand, and slashed out without any fancy. With the loud noise, the rock was torn into pieces, flying everywhere with the splashing flames. Other small stones and soil were blocked by the rolling airwaves. After walking hard for a while, they fell like rain and smashed. There was a snapping movement. Kazekage Hatake is indeed a talented boy. His attainments in physical arts alone have surpassed those of Hoshino and the others, especially the courage he showed when he just used his sword to stop his illusion. Is this Konoha? There are so many talented people. Shiraishi didn't pay attention to the gravel splashing towards him. With his body slightly arched, he suddenly swung his right arm back and swung out the silver knife on his left waist. He cut out white marks with a sound and set off countless whirlwind knives. The flying gravel fell powerlessly. The whirlwind knife broke through the air barrier at high speed and slashed at Kazekage. Shiraishi's left palm followed and pushed forward, as if he was going to make a second attack. Wind Escape Super Beast Wave Palm. The Super Beast Wave Palm, which is completely different from the past, is a brand new wind escape blessing to physical skills, making his arm strength even stronger. In addition to skill modification, Shiraishi has been developing new techniques on his own, such as Mirage Illusion, multiple whirlwind swords, and now the Super Beast Wave Palm, which all illustrate Shiraishi's hard work and strictness in practice. Kazekage, who did not dodge in a hurry, did not rush to hold the blow firmly, but felt the powerful impact of the whirlwind sword. A lot of hair had been cut off all over his body. If he hadn't avoided it in time, his spiky head would have been shaved flat point at this time. Shiraishi's left hand pushed forward did not hit the enemy, but pressed on his right arm, blessing it with the power contained in it. The Super Beast Wave Palm combined with Shiraishi's powerful physical attack is so powerful that every punch is accompanied by crazy explosions. Kakashi immediately felt the heavy pressure, and the knife in his hand trembled. He retracted it uncontrollably, and was forced out of the gap. However, a large amount of sand and dust suddenly rolled up under Shiraishi's feet and rushed towards Kakashi. Sand control technique. In Sunagakure, many ninja families have mastered the sand control technique. In fact, the real power of the three branches of sand escape is magnetic escape, which is transformed from the sand control technique, or the sand gold ability of Alyosha. Generally, sand control techniques can be mastered, as long as you practice hard. However, the disadvantage of the sand control technique is that it requires a large amount of chakra loss, but this is not a problem for Shiraishi. With the combination of sand collection technique and sand control technique, Shiraishi can control sand and dust very easily. The dust turned into a pair of hands and attacked. As Kakashi retreated, Shiraishi pressed his left hand and then flicked it back towards his face. The light condensed into white light, as sharp and domineering as a blade. Kakashi made a mistake in judgment and had no time to block with his right hand. He immediately leaned back and half bent his back, allowing his opponent's slash to hit the air and shoot out a white light in the distance. After only a brief minute of fighting, sweat dripped down Kakashi's forehead inadvertently. Black Mist Shiraishi was able to suppress himself like this just by relying on taijutsu and ordinary wind release technique, and he held the knife in his hand tighter. This knife is very good, with an understatement. An after image of Shiraishi disappeared and appeared behind Kakashi, holding the knife in Kakashi's hand with one hand, and a heavy sense of oppression swept over him. Countless sand and dust rolled up from the ground at some point and began to wrap around Kakashi's body, showing that Kakashi was in crisis. Kakashi, be careful. Countless Kune hit. You read www.ukanshu. Net, but when Shiraishi hit the whirlwind knife with his palm and quickly crushed it, multiple sensory chakras appeared again in the direction of Konoha. Konoha's reinforcement arrived earlier than he thought. Thinking of this, Shiraishi quickly formed a seal, and the wild sand in the sky, combined with the high temperature energy, turned into thermal sand and dust, forcing Konoha back. Then Shiraishi, Hashinomi and others gathered together. Withdraw. Looking at the shinobi of sand hidden away, Kakashi held the knife in his hand, still feeling frightened. Kurogiri Shiraishi is indeed the most favorable competitor of the 5th Kazekage. Although it is not clear what level of strength he has reached, he is indeed a strong opponent. Is this movement in Konoha some kind of plan or arrangement? Compared to Kakashi, Shiraishi marked Konoha's movements on the map and then thought about it. PS. I will continue to ask for recommendations. Thank you for your support. Search to see the fastest updated books. Chapter 81, Attack the Heart. In Konoha, under Shiraishi's perception, the chakra reaction exists. There are nearly 100 strands of chakra, which are constantly advancing into the jungle. The support speed of the entire Konoha was very fast. Within 3 minutes of Kakashi's 4-man team being suppressed here, other Konoha teams nearby appeared from behind to attack. This speed of support surprised Shiraishi. The Konoha camp during Orochimaru's time was like an hourglass riddled with holes. Sunagakure could often penetrate and sneak in to perform various tasks, and even made low-level mistakes such as losing contact with the sensing team. But the current Konoha military offensive posture is extremely flexible. Each team advances in a wave propulsion method, and the same is true for the movement trajectory of the surprise attack brigade. So that's it. Is this Narashiko's method of arranging troops, compared with Orochimaru's rough military command model? Narashiko's style is much more rigorous and sophisticated. Even though Sunagakure currently has a strength advantage on some battlefields, he suffered heavy losses in the face of the relatively elite Konoha advance. Thinking of this, Shiraishi raised his hands, and the surrounding black mist turned into a stream of frost air. At the same time, foam filled the sky all over his body, blocking a certain degree of perception. The foam covered the 3 students and quickly continued to retreat. The psychic summoning array has begun to be arranged. With the round pupil activated, Shiraishi can clearly feel the giant summoning rune array appearing in the distance on one side. Konoha's movements are clear and orderly, and Narashikora conducts military operations in a very orderly manner, using the positive to overcome the unexpected. The large-scale psychic summons should be Orochimaru snake formation. Although it was commanded by Narashikora, Konoha's most ferocious suppression of Sunagakure was the army of poisonous snakes that were not afraid of death. Shiraishi retreated and observed. From a geographical point of view, the jungle south of Mount Kakayo was at the bottom, and summoned a large number of snake formations. In fact, it could not have much impact on Sunagakure. During the last Kakayo Mountain War, Orochimaru deployed many snake formations here, but none of them had any effect. Lure enemies? But judging from the layout, Konoha's advancement was so upright and open, and it didn't look like a strategy to lure the enemy. According to historical records, the Nera family's military strategy has always been characterized by mobility and multiple fancy deployments of troops. But to put it simply, it is to concentrate superior forces to annihilate the opponent, and then switch military lines to achieve local advantages, and then merge. The large number of snake formations should be part of Konoha's next attack, and are related to the Nera family's core concept of mobile warfare. Do you have any idea? Back at the Sunagakure camp, Ibizo looked at Shiraishi and asked curiously, "We are extremely passive in dealing with Konoha's advancing tactics. If we go out to destroy the summoning array, we will easily be ambushed by Konoha. If we let Konoha arrange it, we will be in even greater trouble in the next decisive battle." The so-called mobile warfare is nothing more than based on local advantages. The key points of this local advantage are Ibizo, Hayakura vs Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the outcome of the battle with Namikaze Minato. Although Namikaze Minato's golden name has not yet become famous in the ninja world, Sunagakure's internal intelligence information shows that this young disciple of Jiraiya has extremely good mobile combat capabilities, which means that the next step is to promote combat. Namikaze Minato is the core point. If Namikaze Minato cannot be contained, Sunagakure Kakayo Mountain will face disintegration. Ibizo knew the difficulty of this battle, so he looked at the disciple in front of him. Go on. Sunagakure has long been accustomed to Konoha's almost unreasonable approach of randomly pulling out a bunch of strong men. In past battles, Sunagakure's high-end combat power has always been unable to compete with Konoha, and was eventually defeated. Narashikora's method was actually mainly prepared for how to quickly speed up the encirclement and suppression after the failure of high-end combat power. The mobility of Namikaze Minato and the explosive power of Orochimaru snake formation ensure Konoha's complete advancement strategy. Previously, there was only one area, and Sunagakure's area of action was increasingly suppressed. Soon after Shiraishi and others withdrew, Konoha basically controlled that area. Although it is peripheral, it is extremely uncomfortable. Orochimaru's snake formation and Namikaze Minato's speed, the combination of the two is the complete arrangement of Narashikora, so excluding one of them can disintegrate his idea. Kindness. Looking at the billowing sand outside the camp, Shiraishi quickly stated his plan. We can conduct secret human experiments on Orochimaru and leak the information about the murder of his Konoha companions. You sure this is true? Although there are rumors within Konoha, there is no substantial evidence so far. When Shiraishi raised this matter, Ibizo seemed to have not yet reacted. As long as there is enough evidence, Shiraishi will set his sights in the distance. With the master's ability, it shouldn't be a big problem to secretly capture a few Konoha ordinary genin or jounin in the middle of the night, right? Shiraishi's words made Ibizo stunned for a moment. But is this kind of clumsy accusation really useful? So, we need a second rumor. Shiraishi picked up a piece of cloth, gently wiped the glasses on his hands, and slowly put them on. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato appeared at Mount Kakayo, but they actually got Orochi. Accurate evidence of human testing of the pill. The battle for the throne of the fourth Hokage is getting more and more intense. At this time, this psychological attack strategy is simple but very effective. Ibizo didn't think too much and quickly agreed to Shiraishi's plan. This guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Returning to his resting area, Shiraishi's face suddenly became extremely pale because in his spiritual world, there were certain disturbances in the memory fragments in one of the 7 mirrors due to the inference and arrangement he had just made. Some of the scenes in the memory seemed to suggest Orochimaru's human experiment. And the battle between Namake's Minato and Jiraiya and Orochimaru for the Hokage throne seemed to be confirmed to a certain extent. After many investigations, the memory has never been able to be effectively reorganized. Every memory in the 7 mirrors is as mysterious as an abyss. The reorganization process is very difficult, and even the memory is constantly being repaired. Reading www.ukanshu.net. Shiraishi is deeply afraid that other personalities will appear due to memory. While Konoha was proceeding unhurriedly, Konoha's top brass got the exact news about Orochimaru's human experimentation, and the news that Namake's Minato and Jiraiya were preparing to capture Orochimaru inadvertently spread from the camp. People were panicked for a while. Many companions had indeed disappeared during this period. They had always thought that it was Sunagakure's fault. They did not expect that Lord Orochimaru was conducting secret experiments, especially the sudden appearance of an incomplete corpse, with the whole body rotting due to the infusion of various chakra attributes, made many people look at Orochimaru with even more fear. Orochimaru was not in a good mood. Although he secretly conducted human experiments, these experimental products were not Konoha ninjas on the battlefield, but were transported through other channels. This kind of shoddy corpse also made him angry. How could his own human experiments be so inferior? But Namake's Minato and Jiraiya. For a moment, Orochimaru became suspicious. Although he knew it was his opponent's strategy, it made them have to doubt each other. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but doubt whether Orochimaru was being tested on humans at this moment. At the same time, when Shiraishi returned to his rest camp, he saw a special chilling atmosphere suddenly coming from the house. The strong killing intent made the hairs on Shiraishi's body stand up. The strong sense of threat made Shiraishi hold the silver knife in his hand. At the same time, he saw a special female puppet slowly appear in the room. The lifelike expression and indifferent face all indicated that the puppet in front of him was a specially refined human puppet. On the forehead of the puppet, there is a special red sand scorpion logo embroidered. This is the first time we meet. He is the best of the new generation in the village. Red Sand Scorpion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Transaction. The genius puppet master Red Sand Scorpion. The grandson of Chiyo. His parents were killed by the White Fang of Konoha during a mission when he was young. He was extremely lonely in his heart. Later, he learned the puppetry technique under the guidance of Chiyo. He has an extraordinary love for puppets because of his inner loneliness since he was a child. He is a genius puppet master. In his youth, he has been involved in puppets and made his only friend into a puppet. As a result, Gyuzi truly became a puppet in his heart. After the human puppet incident was exposed, the Red Sand Scorpion could not gain a foothold in Sunagakure village, so he fled the village and became a rebel ninja. In the past, Shiraishi had fought with the Red Sand Scorpion's men in the Quicksand River Valley, and the two sides had a grudge. The round pupils and telekinesis spread out at the same time, trying to find the location where the chakra line was projected. Unexpectedly, it was a Sunagakure Chunin with a numb face outside the camp. He seemed to have no consciousness and was controlling a puppet like a machine. Brainstorming. Shiraishi has also learned this sealing technique. It is a technique in which a very small needle is passed through the memory center of the brain to seal the subject's memory. After the technique is lifted, the needle disappears, and the memory can be restored. In the past, the Sunagakure Intelligence Service used this technique on the brains of its subordinates, and then allowed them to sneak into the enemy camp, so that they could conduct long-term espionage activities more safely. The technique of Red Sand Scorpion is extremely good, because he directly controls the opponent's body, and manipulates the puppet. of the person in front of him to talk to him. Shiraishi was not surprised by the appearance of the red sand scorpion. As he gently turned the silver knife in his hand, his eyes flashed with a strange light. "Kit, are you willing to become my subordinate?" The first words spoken by the red sand scorpion made the atmosphere very awkward. As a rebellious nin, Shiraishi was a little surprised. What qualifications did the red sand scorpion have to recruit him? Do you think you are a crazy fan like Yamaji Ryoko, or does the red sand scorpion think that all Sunagakure puppet masters are his crazy fans? Sorry, you should look for Shanjilingzi. That woman is very long-winded. After ignoring Shiraishi's suggestion, the red sand scorpion looked at Shiraishi with a very strange look. Besides, I don't have the patience. As soon as he finished speaking, the female puppet in front of him quickly took action. The moment the sharp claws struck, Shiraishi produced a whirlwind knife all over his body to isolate the two people. In the process of isolating the distance between the two, the second round of the red sand scorpion's attack hit hard. A specially made poisonous mist was sprayed from the mouth of the female puppet and filled the white stone tent. However, the silver knife was stabbed out at an unknown moment and struck the female puppet's head in an instant. After cutting off its head with the knife, the chakra lines were twisted. The head in front of him floated again. Senior Scorpion, a special barrier has been set up here a long time ago. Ordinary poisonous mist or puppet methods are of little significance to me, since the main body is not here. The red sand scorpion remotely controls his subordinates to fight as puppets, so Shiraishi is not afraid of the red sand scorpion in front of him at all. The poisonous mist was isolated by a special barrier. At the same time, the sand and dust generated around Shiraishi blocked the female puppet's Senbon projection attack. The red sand scorpion, who was feeling increasingly unhappy, said in an extremely cold voice, "Kit, did you expect me to show up?" Seeing that the red sand scorpion stopped its hostile posture, Shiraishi directly told the root reason why the scorpion appeared here. Feiyujing, as a puppet master, how could the crimson sand scorpion miss the strongest auxiliary puppet like Feiyujing? He tried several times to sneak into Sunagakure to capture Shiraishi, but this kid was well protected by Sunagakure's senior management, and it was difficult for him to sneak in effectively. Unless those chess pieces are exposed, these human scorpions have other important functions and cannot be exposed for the time being. In desperation, they can only use this method to appear in front of Shiraishi. Unexpectedly, Shiraishi reveals the scorpion's purpose. The process of sneaking into the Sunagakure camp is not simple, so the red sand scorpion can only arrange for this human puppet with average strength to sneak in. I can pay Senior Z the design of Feiyujing, but as a trade. After Shiraishi successfully assembled the Scholar mirror, the relevant design sketches were returned to Grandma Chiyo. At the same time, he also kept the relevant information himself. Therefore, he mastered this core secret technology of Sunagakure. Shiraishi planned to use it as a bargaining chip to trade with the red sand scorpion. "So, what do you need?" The dominance was reversed, making Scorpion very irritable. After exchanging a few words, he was annoyed by Shiraishi's very ink-based negotiation method. Ever since the day when he successfully assembled the Feiyu mirror, Shiraishi had been waiting for the red sand scorpion to show up. He didn't expect this impatient old fox to wait for so long, and finally couldn't help but surface. "I need regeneration cores." The chakra regeneration core is the core of human puppet production. Without the regeneration core, the human puppet will not be able to exert some of its abilities before birth. What Shiraishi currently needs is the pointer device inside the groove of the glove and the regeneration core of his own chakra point. The regeneration core that Shiraishi needs is different from the regeneration core that the red sand scorpion will transform into a human puppet in the future. Grandma Chiyo once said that the groove part of the glove she built herself. If there is a plan by Scorpion to create a special regenerative core device, it can perfectly solve the defect problem of the glove. In this scroll, part of my chakra power is sealed, which can be used to create my regeneration core. Making regenerative cores is not difficult for Scorpion. He can extract enough chakra from the corpses of dead ninjas in the past to make regenerative cores. Since Shiraishi is fully prepared, he can build regenerative cores very quickly. However, the red sand scorpion's attitude towards Shiraishi has changed, and he has been included in his must-kill list. Reading www.ukanshu.net. He is even planning to hunt and kill Shiraishi after he becomes the 5th Kazekage in the future. Create a new human puppet. The scorpion of red sand is gone. It is obvious that this transaction is for both parties. Shiraishi needs to complete his weapon gloves, and the scorpion of red sand needs Fei-Yujing to strengthen his secret skill. Both sides get what they need. However, Shiraishi is vaguely worried. If Scorpion goes crazy and attacks Sunagakure village at this time, and carries out a destruction operation of Sunagakure, I'm afraid he will really succeed. After all, Sunagakure village is currently empty of defenses, except for Girurio, a strong man who controls sand. There are almost no other masters taking charge. When Shiraishi burned the Fei-Yujing design drawing, he did not clearly explain the manufacturing process of all the components and materials in it. It was just a rough description of the components. This kind of semi-finished design is actually not difficult to completely build a Fei-Yujing according to Z's ability, but it will take at least 4 to 5 years, and that's when all the materials are found. After all, there are currently 2 Fei-Yujings, one on my body, and one on Granny Chiyo's side. Many key materials even exist in the Land of Thunder, not to mention the difficulty of collecting them due to the long distance. In addition, based on the time it takes for the red sand scorpion to create regenerative cores, it can also be determined whether the scorpion is far away or not. 3 days later, the puppet of the red sand scorpion appeared again. During the transaction between the two parties, the red sand scorpion took a rough look at the design of the Fei-Yujing and then delivered the regeneration core to Shiraishi. Although the regeneration core in the seal scroll in front of him has the same chakra properties as his own, Shiraishi knows very well that this regeneration core may have been tampered with by Scorpion, but Shiraishi never needed to directly use the red sand scorpion to create a regeneration core. Instead, he opened his glasses, activated the unique scanning red light, and thoroughly scanned and analyzed the unsealed regeneration core to build a model. Chapter 83, Kurama Family. Trading with a scorpion is actually seeking skin from a tiger. Although both parties get what they need, the transaction process is full of calculations. However, the red sand scorpion is indeed an extremely unstable factor within Sunagakure, but at the same time, he knows very well that targeting the scorpion will have an extremely negative impact on the interior of Sunagakure. The relationship between Chiyo and Scorpion is precisely the difficulty in this matter, so Shiraishi hopes that red sand scorpion can leave the Kingdom of Wind as soon as possible. After the scanning work inside the glasses was completed, Shiraishi basically understood the construction principle of the regeneration core. Facing the regeneration core on the scroll, he thought about how to use it to complete the calculation against Scorpion in the future. As long as the regeneration core has a glimpse of the inner principle, it will not be a problem to rebuild it again. In fact, Scorpion's approach is indeed a new way to record chakra in a memory reproduction mode. Can you even create memory fragments, similar to artificial intelligence, and transfer your own memories and emotions to the regeneration core in the form of data? So these puppets may have a new life. Thinking of this, Shiraishi began to make a new regeneration core. Special small chakra meridian channels appeared on the entire glove shell, which were connected to the chakra meridian of the user's hands. Only when the chakra meridians of the two are connected can the power of the gloves be more effectively exerted. Shiraishi briefly tested it and saw that the special photon blood energy generated on the gloves turned into needles and pierced into Shiraishi's hands under the fusion of intense pain and the power of mithril. Shiraishi's hands and gloves seemed to merge into one, indistinguishable from each other. This power is not enough. During the process of removing the gloves, Shiraishi looked ugly. The power of mithril was similar to the energy of the burning powder explosion, and the reaction when combined with the body was very uncomfortable. On the entire glove's pointed dial, there are 18 small regeneration nuclei, which are like diamonds of different colors, and are very dazzling. Because Scorpion wants to make a human puppet, the regeneration core needs to be very large. However, in actual technology, according to different needs, and according to the current technological level of Sand Yin, It can be compressed into small particle size. The 18 types of regeneration cores symbolize the 18 attribute categories in the Shiraishi glasses system. Currently, Shiraishi has completed 8 small regeneration cores and introduced them into the pointer dial. Soon, the silver photon energy generated on the gloves flows like blood, and the gloves are initially completed. There are 10 regeneration cores left, and I still need to continue to develop glasses and cards in the future to complete them one by one. At that time, this pair of gloves can exert its strongest combat effectiveness in the Konoha camp. Nerashikoro was very helpless. During the critical period of the psychic summoning array he had arranged, Orochimaru suddenly began to passively fight. The root cause of all this is that Sunagakure spread rumors some time ago, accidentally destroying the trust between Orochimaru and himself. Orochimaru has doubts in his heart, so naturally he will not put too much effort on the battlefield of Mount Kakayo. According to the current progress, he will not be able to complete the general attack on Sunagakure by next year. 46 years. This is still extremely unfavorable for Konoha, because Iwagakure's deployment of troops at Kanakin Bridge is getting larger and larger. If the stalemate on Mount Kakayo continues, it will be difficult for even Konoha to support it. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did suspect Orochimaru of conducting human experiments and conducted secret investigations, but these matters had not yet been made public, and now they broke out in advance, which made Orochimaru alert. Lord Orochimaru. Neralukona saw Orochimaru appear. He wanted to go up and explain, but Orochimaru's attitude chilled him. Haha, it's just Sunagakure's despicable means. I don't care. Although he said he didn't care, Orochimaru was full of vigilance in his words and deeds, and his attitude towards Nerashikoro was not as good as before. Who made him the Hokage's confidant. In addition, Nerashikoro is Konoha's #1 military advisor. Orochimaru has reason to suspect that the third generation teacher also set a trap for him in this battle at Mount Kakayo. Jiraiya and Minato both came to deal with him, right? There was a rift between the two, and Nerashikoro smiled bitterly. This Sanin-sama was too suspicious, but judging from his reaction, human experimentation probably did exist. Father, do we need to keep pushing? Adjustment of strategy. Let Jiraiya-sama contain Abizo and Hayakura alone, while Minato is in charge of the entire battle brigade, advancing to Mount Kakayo in a wave formation. Even without the support of Orochimaru, Nerashikoro must capture Mount Kakayo. In addition to Namake's Minato, the masters of the Akimichi family also arrived in the mountain one after another, including the 3 of this generation in Oshikacho. There are a total of more than a dozen, and 3 the family's experts joined Minato in the attack. Has Black Mist Base's illusion level improved again? A piece of special illusion information about Shiraishi also attracted the attention of Nerashikoro. As Konoha's first military advisor, he naturally had the means to restrict Shiraishi. Let the Kurama family deal with it. There are many families that inherit secret arts in Konoha, and the types are also extremely rich. Generally speaking, in addition to the Uchiha family, Konoha also has the Kurama family, which can deal with powerful Jinjutsu ninjas who practice Jinjutsu. Nerashikoro personally took charge of the sensing class and learned the lessons from the last battle at Mount Kakayo. This time Konoha put great effort into the safety of the sensing class. During the process of being surrounded by a huge energy barrier, Konoha began to command the entire battlefield. Sunagakure did not expect that Konoha would attack very strongly, while Orochimaru was passive and idle in the fight. The wavy line advances. After the jungle area was actually controlled by Konoha, the next step is to advance layer by layer around the perimeter of Mount Kakayo. This time Sunagakure will not give it anymore, and mobile teams from both sides are fighting against the enemy. Minato. Namake should have mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Regarding this technique, Ibizo really has a headache. For a master of time and space ninjutsu, it is very tricky and difficult to deal with in such a large-scale battle, and he has no effective means of containment. Not only Namake's Minato, but also the Jinjutsu of the Kurama family has had a major impact on our side. Where's Shiraishi? Already sent for support. The Kurama family's illusion ability is very strong, and it is difficult for regular Sunagakure to resist, so this time Shiraishi led a team to attack. Reading www.ukashu.net. Stop the Kurama family. Point on the southwest side of Mount Kakayo. Hundreds of Sunagakure ninjas are controlled by illusions and trapped in the abyss of fear. The Kurama family's illusions can be fake and real. Among them, the younger generation of Kurama Kangan and Kurama Runke are the best. Point surrounded by countless canvases. Any damage received during the illusion will be truly reflected on the body. This is the special place of the Kurama family's illusion point. Although it is difficult to inherit the Jinjutsu bloodline of the Kurama family, only 2 brothers, Kangyun and Unke, are left in the generation of the Kurama brothers. However, as the clan leader, Kurama Arashiyama's Jinjutsu strength is more mature and terrifying than the future Kurama Yakumo. Point I saw a large number of Sunagakure ninjas in the front row, with pale faces and vomiting blood, slowly falling down. Facing the Kurama family with powerful Jinjutsu, the defiant line of Sunagakure in this area collapsed. Point just as the Kurama clan was preparing to move forward, suddenly the whole world fell into darkness. As quiet music played softly, Shiraishi appeared in front of the Kurama family with crisp footsteps. It's Black Mist White Stone. Today's Shiraishi is no longer the unknown person in the past, so Konoha recognizes Shiraishi's identity. As soon as he appears the moment he held the silver knife, Shiraishi turned sideways. The knife was unsheathed amidst the music, cutting through countless whirlwind knives. Seeing this, Kurama Lanchan formed a seal with one hand. The world in front of him was distorted. A giant black snake emerged from the air and bit into the direction of the white stone. However, at this time, a dark light shot out and directly exploded the snake's body. With its wings spread out, the moon bat appeared proudly with silver radiance, while Shiraishi, illuminated by the moonlight, locked his eyes on the battlefield and quickly analyzed and judged the situation. PS. Please recommend. This week is a new beginning. It should be on the shelves around the second half of June or early July. Please support me. Chapter 84. Battle over Illusion. When the black snake summoned by Kurama Arashiyama was defeated by the moon bat, Kurama Kangan and Kurama Runke held canvases to paint, trying to control Shiraishi's 5 senses. However, in the world of spiritual illusion, the dark blast of the moon bat swept in again. Be careful. This kind of light will affect your 5 senses. The illusion of black mist and white stone will also damage the entity through the spirit. You must observe his actions. As a veteran expert, Kurama Arashiyama could tell at a glance that Shiraishi's illusion style was very similar to the Kurama family's abilities. This monster was not created by illusion, but an extremely rare psychic beast. A method similar to his own ninjutsu. The ancestors of the Kurama family have recorded that there were many special psychic beasts in the ninja world in the past, and some of them were creatures that could only appear in the spiritual world. The giant bat in front of them should be of this type. Shiraishi didn't give the powerful Kurama family a chance to think. A huge dark light was generated around the moon bat and swept towards him. The Kurama brothers formed seals at the same time, and countless canvases appeared around them, forcibly absorbing the dark light. Absorbing these dark lights is not a good thing for you. As soon as the words were spoken, the canvas exploded with a bang, as if countless ink was splashed. During the retreat of the Kurama brothers, the remaining Kurama family ninjas let out horrible wails. After being provoked by the black ink, he fell into a special dream environment, and then his own mental power was absorbed and devoured by the moon bat through dream eating. The weak-willed ones were absorbed by the moon bat on the spot, causing these ninjas in the real world to quickly stop breathing. Black mist and white stone. Just like his nickname, dark, strange and cruel. At this time, the moon bat turned into a chakra energy, blended into Beishi's forehead, and turned into the moon mark again. Fusion with the summoner is because it can effectively reduce the chakra consumption, and at the same time, strengthen Shiraishi's illusion amplification ability. The Jinjutsu ninjas of the Kurama family are difficult to deal with, because they are very resistant to Jinjutsu. Under the light of the moon wheel mark, countless bubbles shot out around the white stone. At this time, Kurama Arashiyama formed a seal again, and the previously dissipated black snake reappeared, spraying out terrifying high-temperature flames. During the confrontation between bubbles and flames, Shiraishi's long sword was already deployed. The sharp cold light reflected a powerful trembling light. When Kurama Arashiyama blocked it with one hand, his whole body turned into countless black tides and ejected strange poisonous gas. The contemporary patriarch of the Kurama family is truly extraordinary in strength and extremely difficult to deal with in the field of illusion. The moment the knife was thrust out, the surrounding spiritual world was distorted again. The previous moon world disappeared, and now he stepped into the illusion world created by the Kurama family. How could the Kurama family allow such a junior to use illusions to bully him wantonly? The canvases kept rising one after another, and various creatures were projected around them. Fierce beasts kept rushing out of the canvases and heading towards the white stone in front of them. Between the interlaced canvases, Kurama Kangan and Kurama Yunhei held pens and ink and continued to use them freely, projecting fantasy monsters. Kurama Arashiyama personally took action and changed the dominance of Jinjutsu. After dragging Black Mist Shiraishi into his own Jinjutsu world, Kurama brothers also worked very hard to assist their father in fighting. But as countless wild beasts bit them, the white stone turned into countless bubbles and dissipated in front of the Kurama brothers. People are missing sense with chakra. The young Kurama brothers lacked combat experience. Kurama Lanshin saw this and formed the seal again. The previous beast slowly turned into countless rays of light and projected back into the canvas. Then countless colorful colors spread out. Old man, Kurama Arashiyama has a lot of combat experience. Shiraishi's small tricks can't do anything to this old man. Thinking of this, Shiraishi made a single stroke with his sword. During the rotation of the silver knife, the power of Shiraishi's round pupils gave him the blessing, and the knife thrust out at an extremely fast speed. With a bang and explosion, the canvases were torn apart. Shiraishi held a silver knife and destroyed these canvases forcefully. His body transformed into countless whirlwind knives and faced Kurama Arashiyama. Before the whirlwind knife even approached Kurama Arashiyama, it was blocked by a strange invisible wall. Kurama Arashiyama's fists condensed two groups of chakra energy light, urging the surrounding illusion space to distort and superimpose. The man holding the sword stared at the powerful Kurama family opposite him. While his eyes were locked, the dark power in the moon wheel mark on Shiraishi's forehead attached to the silver sword. At the same time that the moon wheel mark on his forehead disappeared, Shiraishi's silver sword also released its strongest slash. With Shiraishi's sword, the surrounding world seemed to be shattered into pieces. Kurama Arashiyama took Shiraishi's sword with blood on his hands. At the same time, Shiraishi's shoulder was stabbed by Kurama Arashiyama's kunai. During the switch between illusion and reality, when the two of them were injured and retreating, Shiraishi formed a seal with his hands. Fire release, dragon fire technique. When Ye Cang guided Shiraishi in the process of developing burning escape, he also taught Shiraishi some of the fire escape techniques, one of which was the fire dragon technique. The dragon fire technique is characterized by high speed, compressing the flame energy at one point and bursting out. Kurama Arashiyama reacted very quickly, producing a special chakra energy light ball with one palm, and once again forcibly took over Shiraishi's fire escape technique. During the violent impact of the explosion, the sand began to soften at the foot of the Kurama family's residence. During the process of Shiraishi forming seals with his hands and pinching out 4 earth clones, reading www.ukanshu.net quickly opened the earth escape 4 square formation. 4 clones with the same earthly faces as Shiraishi, holding silver knives, attacked the direction of the Kurama family. The young ninjas of the Kurama family also held weapons and fought with Shiraishi's group of clones surrounded by huge earth escape walls. Kurama Arashiyama secretly observed Shiraishi's next move. This battle was expected, but I didn't expect that Shiraishi's Jinjutsu ability would be so strong. Returning from the Jinjutsu world to the real world, the Kurama family's combat power would be greatly reduced, not to mention the ninjas on Sunagakure's side who were previously bound by Jinjutsu. Gradually wake up. Kurama Kangan was just about to step forward, but found a sharp blade appearing behind him. As he turned around, he saw Naga's Bison coming for an instant kill, and the whirlwind sword from the same lineage as Shiraishi swept over. Brother. Kurama Yunhei was just about to step forward, but saw a giant puppet suddenly appeared in front of him. Hashinome turned into a 2-meter tall monster, holding a bull-headed moon, and took a powerful photo. Spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kurama Yunhei, who was unprepared, took a few steps back. The fierce Shinome struck him unexpectedly, causing serious damage to him. Several members of Shiraishi's team had been lying in ambush on one side very early, waiting for Shiraishi's command. Kurama-ranke retreated, bleeding profusely, and the surrounding Kurama family ninjas were ready to step forward to support him. However, at this time, a long sword sprang up from the ground in the darkness and aimed at Kurama-ranke's throat. The splash of red blood symbolizes the judgment of life and death. As Kurama-ranke covers his neck and slowly falls, Morimoto Ryaji dives into the ground again like a ghost. Without the protection of illusion, the Kurama family has completely lost its advantage. Damn it. After Eiko died in battle, Kurama Arashiyama completely lost his mind. The chakra energy in his hands gathered a little and turned into a powerful torrent of riot. Chapter 85, Broken Arm. The chakra energy created by Kurama Arashiyama contains a powerful ability to disrupt the five senses. Although it is not an illusion, it has a great influence on the outcome of this battlefield. His beloved son Unkei was killed by Ryaji Morimoto, causing Kurama Arashiyama to lose his mind and lose control. For Shiraishi, if Kurama Arashiyama continues to stay calmly on the battlefield and observe the overall situation, it will be more difficult. It is better to completely anger him. Konoha is currently advancing in full force. Compared to the southwest, the Inoshikacho in the south and the Hinata family in the north pose a huge threat to Sunagakure. Especially in the middle, Namake's Minato, who continues to support both sides, makes Sunagakure miserable. A word. Although the name of the golden shining name has not spread throughout the ninja world, Konoha is extremely confident in Minato's strength. This is a trump card that can defeat Sunagakure even without Orochimaru. In today's ninja world, who can be as fast as Minato? In the midst of the wind and sand, Shiraishi sensed the news from the squad through Sunagakure. After learning that the battlefield situation was very dangerous, he must find a way to quickly gain dominance on a battlefield. Narashikora lost the assistance of Orochimaru, and the battlefield advancement was not as strong as before, so he must seize the opportunity to annihilate the enemy. Shiraishi thought of this. The scroll quickly opened, and the six-sided mirror puppet Fei made a strong appearance. Be careful, it's Sunagakure's unique puppet technique. Konoha already had information about the scalloped mirror. Seeing the 6 mirror puppets appearing, some ninjas in Konoha quickly activated their ninjutsu to snipe Shiraishi. The Feiyu mirror emits powerful light, and the 6 mirrors dance continuously and quickly to cleverly block Konoha's attack. This time Shiraishi takes action. His body was ejected like a cannonball, trying to bully the old guy Kurama Arashiyama. Drink. Powerful sound waves erupted from Kurama Arashiyama pass. In addition to spiritual illusion, another unique illusion technique, sonic wave illusion, erupted from Kurama Arashiyama pass. The sound wave was like a sharp blade, and when it rang in Shiraishi's ears, he felt the strong vibration in the air, and almost at the same time he saw Kurama Arashiyama's clothes clinging to him in front of him. Use sonic illusion to immobilize yourself, and then use thunder escape to kill yourself. Although Kurama Arashiyama is angry, his fighting skills are still very strong. At least there are almost no flaws in this offensive, and Shiraishi is defeated step by step. Although he retreated, Shiraishi's purpose was to consume the old guy's chakra and did not choose to face the enemy head on. Kurama Arashiyama also expected this, and the chakra energy turned into special electric energy, which was whipped like a whip. Shiraishi took his time, adjusted his muscles, leaned his center of gravity forward, lowered his left hand, flicked his wrist, and hooked forward, throwing out a red flame that traveled close to the ground, containing violent energy with a dangerous aura. Fire release dragon fire technique, switching forms, wrapping flames around the hand's claws, is not as domineering as the power of green flames, but the power of producing high temperature is not bad. Is this a modified use of the dragon fire technique? Several ninjas from Sunagakure on the battlefield showed admiration in their eyes. They can use the dragon fire technique in a modified form. Shiraishi is indeed a super genius in our village. The flame created by Shiraishi touched the ground and quickly rushed towards Kurama Arashiyama, who was rushing towards him. Once it came into contact, it would explode immediately, continuously spraying upwards, burning everything around it. What an amazing power! At This moment, Kurama Arashiyama paused and stopped with almost no inertia. His aging body worked hard to expand its own strength and rubbed the air at high speed, creating an explosion point like a thunderous sound. Countless lightning storms swept around Kurama Arashiyama, violently rolling up the flames and igniting them in advance. Point boom. The flame that Shiraishi shook out exploded and shot upwards, just half a foot away from Kurama Arashiyama, illuminating his face in flickering light, revealing an extremely angry and twisted face. The flames that shot up between the two men suddenly shook and extinguished quickly. Kurama Arashiyama's eyes reflected Shiraishi's rapidly striking right fist. In a pure taijutsu contest, both Shiraishi and Kurama Arashiyama showed excellent strength. As the leader of the Kurama clan, although Kurama Arashiyama is proficient in illusions, Kurama Arashiyama is also good in taijutsu and ninjutsu, especially in thunder escape. In the interlacing thunder and light, the ceiling cloth of the Kurama family was rolled up, and Kurama Arashiyama quickly wrote several complex words, as if lightning lines were entangled, and the silvery white light was shining. Immediately after the core of the technique emerged, countless lines suddenly became clear, and the energy generated thunder and light superimposed on each other. Bless Kurama Arashiyama's whole body. The power of illusion. The Jinjutsu of the Kurama family can actually reverse the power of Kurama Arashiyama's lightning escape. Soon, Kurama Arashiyama's eyes flashed, and two bolts of lightning formed and shot out. During the explosion, Shiraishi took out a mirror to block the power of this domineering lightning escape beam. Kurama Arashiyama borrowed the power of thunder to continuously stimulate and activate his own cells. Every muscle was congested and swollen, as if he was transformed into a lightning blade. His fist turned into a heavy hammer and attacked Shiraishi fiercely. Unravel Village's thunder escape activation technique. No, this is a degraded version, because according to Shiraishi and Hitomi's observation, Kurama Arashiyama's physical cell activation shows signs of collapse. The Kurama family has ever learned the lightning escape activation technique of Unravel Village. Although it is a degraded version, its destructive power cannot be underestimated. Thinking of Shiraishi receiving Kurama Arashiyama's punch with his bare hands, this scene caused many female ninjas from Sunagakure to cover their mouths, because Kurama Arashiyama's punch showed too much power. It was as if Shiraishi had come into contact with a dangerous power source with his bare hands. His whole body was numb, his ears were filled with the sound of electric current. His hair stood up crazily, and his muscles almost lost control, and his whole internal organs were in chaos. However, Shiraishi held Kurama Arashiyama tightly, and the 6 mirrors of Igokyo began to activate, wrapping Kurama Arashiyama from 6 directions. The power of lightning that had been eroded all over Shiraishi's body was forcibly forced out. At the same time, Kurama Arashiyama's own current deafened and the 6-sided mirror affected each other, creating a special magnetic field that made Kurama Arashiyama even more chaotic. For a while, Shiraishi chose to exchange injuries for injuries. Reading www.ukanshu.net. After withstanding the punch just now, the silver knife was pulled out of his hand and struck the most dangerous blow. The silver sword produced a powerful explosive impact and shattered half of Kurama Arashiyama's arm. The exploding arms and splashing blood made both sides of the fierce battle quiet almost at the same time. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. They had no idea that Shiraishi would chop off his opponent's arm in this way. Although he was plotted by Shiraishi, Kurama Arashiyama was a strong man after all. He lost an arm and projected a thunder wave with one hand, making Shiraishi unable to go deeper and had to retreat, and the 6-sided mirror also rose again and returned to the original body of the Higo mirror, successfully inflicting heavy losses on Kurama Arashiyama. Shiraishi's achievements also made Sunagakure burst into cheers. As the leader of the Kurama family, whose Jinjutsu attainments are second only to the Uchiha family, although Kurama Arashiyama is old, he is still a top-notch master in the ninja world. Shiraishi had a lot of luck in this victory. If Kurama Arashiyama hadn't lost his mind and misjudged Shiraishi's determination to exchange injuries for injuries, he was lucky enough to have Shiraishi's hand chopped into pieces with a knife and make a comeback. Otherwise, his thunder in terms of escape skills, Shiraishi is still hard to match. Kill him while he's sick. Shiraishi's blade turned, and he rushed towards Kurama Arashiyama for the second time at an extremely fast speed. His feet moved at high speed and the sand gathering technique was fully operational. His whole body seemed to be swept up by sand and dust, and he was killed with an extremely strong posture point. He is bound to kill Kuramaru Shiyama in front of him. Is this Gaijin Shiraki? Why is chakra so strong? Kuramaru Shiyama and Shiraishi have just had a confrontation, and both sides have lost a huge amount of chakra. Currently, while Kuramaru Shiyama is still recovering, Shiraishi launches a second round of attack. As Shiraishi chopped Kuramaru Shiyama's arm, the southwest battlefield was suddenly reversed, and Sunagakure began to enter the counterattack stage. Chapter 86. Oil Girl Dungeon. Why is he so full of chakra? Several perceptive ninjas at the scene investigated, but always found that Shiraishi's chakra amount remained at a basically stable amount, although it declined after the fierce battle. Compared with Kuramaru Shiyama's passing chakra amount, Shiraishi's loss was to low point since the battle. Shiraishi's chakra seems to be inexhaustible. The previous Jinjutsu and the subsequent Taijutsu and Ninjutsu have been in full confrontation, and he can still maintain such strong vitality point. Although the Kurama family's Jinjutsu is powerful, it cannot withstand the consumption of such chakra resistance. So just now Kuramaru Shiyama was in a state of weakness when facing Shiraishi's attack point as the leader of the Kurama family, even though one of his arms was crushed by Shiraishi. Kuramaru Shiyama's face was cold and the lightning in his palm still gave people a powerful and intimidating force. However, Shiraishi knew very well that this was his limit point. Water release flying water shuriken. Countless shurikens turned into water and were projected out, flashing an elegant arc in midair, heading straight towards Kuramaru Shiyama point. At the same time, the six-sided mirror of Feiyujing is unfolded again, and it will enter the second round of capturing Kuramaru Shiyama at any time point. However, he saw that Kuramaru Shiyama's whole body was once again surrounded by countless electric lights. He did not care about his injuries. After quickly taking a soldier's food pill, he jumped up and hit Shiraishi with a violent fist point. At the same time that the flying water shuriken was shattered, the splashing water turned into an afterimage, and Shiraishi's silver knife was seen spinning and strangling at high speed. Kuramaru Shiyama gritted his teeth and turned the canvas in his hand, and countless black snakes attacked point. The whirlwind knives gathered in Beishi's hand and shot out, deftly crushing these black snakes, but saw the canvas rolled up, trying to seal Beishi point break. As the explosion shredded the canvas, Shiraishi's silver knife pierced Kuramaru Shiyama's shoulder again, leaving a deep scar. Grabbing Shiraishi's silver sword, Kuramaru Shiyama grabbed it violently, and instantly electricity surged towards Shiraishi from all directions, facing the enemy in midair. Shiraishi's fire dragon technique combined with chakra lines burned 3 pillars of fire in midair, forming a fire net to block these electric currents. The fire net was projected, and in the process of shattering Kuramaru Shiyama's punch, Shiraishi's silver knife quickly slashed, leaving a slash mark on Kuramaru Shiyama's body in an instant. But the latter remained standing and turned around to attack Shiraishi again. The lack of intelligence and information caused the Kurama family to suffer a big loss in front of Shiraishi this time. Neither the puppet technique nor Shiraishi's powerful chakra endurance were included in the original intelligence data. The situation is unfavorable and the Kurama family cannot afford to fail. In the perception class, Narashikor fell into thinking. After receiving the news, Namake's Minato is currently fighting Sunagakure's puppet brigade in the middle. Facing various unique puppet methods and attack methods, it is difficult to escape for a while. The Kurama family's Jinjutsu was an extremely beneficial deterrent to Sunagakure, but now the head-on confrontation with Kuragain Shiraishi resulted in heavy losses, which was beyond Narashikor's original plan. For a time, the southwest battlefield made him extremely entangled, because if the situation worsened, it would even affect his whole body, leading to a complete collapse. Such variables must not be allowed to occur. Let the Aburame family and the mobile team provide support. The Aburame family, one of the mobile forces in the rear, is the most suitable candidate for support. After all, the most outstanding insect controller of the Aburame family's generation, Aburame Tangshan, is also there, so it is most suitable for him to provide support. On the battlefield, facing his father's increasingly dangerous situation, Anshin Kangan tried to step forward to support him, but was blocked by Naga's Bizun and Hoshinome. all involve intense pressure. Kuramakangan's face was pale, and the number of Konoha companions around him was also decreasing little by little. Sunagakure's counterattack had begun. Since the Kurama clan, the main force, was in trouble, they tried to provide support, but due to the lack of troops and the strength of Shiraishi, they were in a dilemma. There was a loud explosion, and after Hashinomi knocked back Kuramakangan with another punch, the Minotaur moon swept over with violent force. At the critical moment, Kakashi, holding the white fang sword, reappeared on the battlefield, and blocked the Minotaur moon at extremely fast speeds. At the same time, powerful electric light gathered in his hand. Rachel, Kakashi Reikiri was very fast. He struck Hashinomi's vitals without blinking an eye, and instantly pierced Hashinomi's heart. Quickly and accurately, Hatake Kakashi appeared on the battlefield like a thunder, breaking Hashinomi's heart. After a successful blow, Hashinomi did not fall down. She gritted her teeth, and showed a pained expression. It hurts so much, you guy. Due to her huge size, Hashinomi's heart was not in the normal position, but slightly to the right. Therefore, Kakashi's blow did not directly pierce her heart, but it caused enough damage to Hashinomi. Hashinomi landed a punch. As Kakashi quickly retreated, he drew out the white fang sword in his hand, and turned into a cold light, to kill again. However, Naga's Bison used his sword at the same time, and their weapons intertwined in mid-air. Kakashi's swordsmanship was even better. When Naga's Bison was knocked back with one blow, a ghostly figure appeared on the ground again. Morimoto Ryoji came to kill with his sword. Kakashi jumped quickly, and the white fang sword turned into silver in mid-air, and fell down at the speed of light. While the two companions were blocking Kakashi, Mei Hoshino activated medical ninjutsu to save herself. Seeing Kakashi falling rapidly from high altitude, Gyutazuki Toto removed the horns on both sides, and turned them into spears. Hashinomi flicked the gun with his tail, and together with Naga's Bison and Morimoto Ryoji, they bit Kakashi. From the direction of the Beishi battlefield, countless flying insects were attacking. Compared to the last time they encountered the Aburame family ninja, this time they were struck by a master. There are many powerful people in Konoha, and every family has its own experts. Even the down and out Kurama family, the current head of the family, Kurama Arashiyama, cannot easily cope with existence. A strange flute sound sounded, and Aburame Dunshin, holding a piccolo, appeared in an extremely elegant posture, surrounded by purple poisonous insects, indicating the difference between this lineage of the Aburame family and the main lineage. Aburame Dunshin has a very delicate appearance. Although he is a boy, he has the delicate appearance of a girl. When he put down the piccolo in his hand, he scanned the entire battlefield with an arrogant attitude. Poisonous insect, Kurama-senpai, I'm here to support you. Don't worry, I will be his opponent next. After countless poisonous insects blocked the distance between Shiraishi and Kurama Arashiyama, Aburame Dunshin ignored Shiraishi, and continued to chat with Kurama Arashiyama. The battle is not over yet. Now, Kurama Dunshin is gradually regaining his composure. Reading www.ukanshu.net. He is not as confident as Aburame Dunshin and dares to continue chatting in front of a powerful enemy. At this time, as the strong firelight swallowed up the large poisonous insects in front of them, the white stone and the black mist merged into one, and flowed towards the two of them little by little. In today's battle, Shiraishi will definitely kill Kurama Arashiyama. After all, the Kurama clan's Jinjutsu ability is too great a threat to Sunagakure, and must be eradicated. I said, I will be your opponent next. When countless poisonous insects gathered again to block Shiraishi's flames, they saw Shiraishi relying on a mirage to appear behind Aburame Dunshin, and ignored the provocation of the Aburame clan. This guy actually ignored me. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, and the evacuating Kurama family, Shiraishi felt so heroic, that he continued to kill the Kurama family with a knife. Search to see the fastest updated books. Chapter 87, Defeat the Enemy. Faced with Shiraishi's attitude of almost ignoring her, Aburame-san was completely angry. She spit out sound waves from the piccolo in her hand, and carried a dual attack of special illusion sound waves and insect control to launch a strong attack on Shiraishi. Illusion. The sound wave instantly froze Shiraishi. At the same time, flying insects swarmed towards Shiraishi's location from all directions. Aburame Dangshin vowed to make Kurogiri Shiraishi pay the price for despising him. Fire. Release dragon fire technique. When the frozen white stone turned into bubbles and disappeared again, the white stone in another direction spit out a powerful fire dragon impact, swallowing these flying insects almost instantly. Although it is only an ordinary B-level ninjutsu, the dragon fire technique is very versatile and is a reflection of Shiraishi's solid foundation in fire escape. I didn't expect that, Black Mist Beishi. Your fire escape is so good. I underestimated you. Oil Girl Dangshin's whole body showed purple skin, and the moment she formed a seal with her hands, countless strange poisonous insects came again in a storm. The insect control technique of the Aburame clan was very restrained by Sunagakure's puppet master, because these insects would automatically eat away at the chakra threads. Seeing that he was facing these ferocious insects, Shiraishi withdrew the scarlet mirror. The 4 earth clones of Shiraishi reappeared, and while protecting the main body from all directions, countless huge waves of poisonous insects came. Shiraishi's earth clones were quickly submerged by flying insects, causing a violent explosion. During the process of the earth clone being exploded, Shiraishi also began to move, and the entire ground seemed to be ejecting steam, with countless huge waves of steam appearing. It's the black mist technique. The black smoke that fills the sky carries a hint of icy coldness. Shiraishi's black mist technique is highly recognizable in the ninja world. Needless to say, many ninjas have begun to avoid these strange black mist as one of Shiraishi's signature techniques. Since the Kikyo Mountain War became famous, various countries have researched and developed the black mist technique. Although Shirogakure developed this type of technique has made breakthroughs, it is still far behind the original black mist technique. It is unable to lower the perception level and weaken the opponent's various ability increases, which is something other ordinary improved versions of dense fog do not have. The black mist technique spurted out from the ground, and giant smoke filled the entire battlefield, turning into billowing black fog that enveloped the battlefield. The icy coldness covered the surface of the skin, causing the face of Yan Dangshin to change. The insects around her tried their best to swallow the black mist, but were killed by the special toxicity in the mist. While Konoha was trapped in the black mist, Shiraishi's round eyes were firmly locked on the direction of Kurama Arashiyama. His silver sword flashed slightly, and his high-speed movement suddenly burst out, and he rushed towards Kurama Arashiyama at an extremely fast speed. Shiraishi knew very well that the key to this battle was whether he could kill Kurama Arashiyama. Otherwise, if he was allowed to go back, Konoha would face a huge threat and advance on the southwest battlefield. Sensing the coming crisis, Kurama Arashiyama, who was well aware of the danger of the situation, pushed away Kurama Kangayan, who also returned, and faced Shiraishi, projecting dozens of detonating symbols from his hands to bombard him in succession. In the past, Kurama Arashiyama was so brave in fighting Shiraishi's taijutsu and ninjutsu. In fact, he borrowed the Kurama family's control of the 5-sense illusion to strengthen his combat effectiveness. The last time Kurama's illusion was activated, Kurama Arashiyama set himself as a person who was not afraid of pain. With the blessing of special self-hypnosis, he ignored his injuries and used Shiraishi to avoid the detonating talisman. In the process, his body turned into a storm. Knowing that he was doomed, Kurama Arashiyama tried his best, burning strong chakra energy all over his body. This is the will of fire. The roar shook the entire battlefield. Kurama Arashiyama grabbed Shiraishi with one hand, and his body seemed to produce a huge energy magnetic field storm, which made Shiraishi instinctively feel a threat. If you force yourself to fight against this kind of move, that will cause you to die together. You will be doomed. The sand around Shiraishi was automatically protected, covered by black mist. At the same time, Shiraishi grabbed it with one hand and instantly activated the treasure gathering technique. Wow, the blood in Kurama Arashiyama's body suddenly shattered. When the silver knife chopped Kurama Arashiyama into pieces, Shiraishi flowed part of the metal chakra energy into Kurama Arashiyama's body through the blood in his arm. These metal chakra energies can absorb various metal element in the black mist and aggregate them in Kurama Arashiyama's body. As Shiraishi treasure gathering technique is activated, the metal substances in countless blood completely explode. The moment Kurama Lanshin half knelt down, Shiraishi slashed off his head with the silver knife in his hand without any hesitation point, but at this moment, Kurama Arashiyama's eyes were locked on Shiraishi, and his final illusion counterattack turned the old guy's mental power into a giant venomous snake. Biting in Shiraishi's direction, black, mist and white stone, you can't succeed with me. The voice of a Burain Dangshin from behind sounded again, and using the flying insects to sense it, he attacked Beishi as quickly as possible. But when Beishitao didn't look back, he used the mirage for the third time to avoid Yanv Dangshin, and faced the poisonous snake in front of him with the silver knife in his hand. Faced with a Burain Dangshin's obstruction from behind, and Kurama Arashiyama's final counterattack. Shiraishi had only one thought in his mind: kill me. The clean and fierce sword technique, spread by the explosion of Shiraishi's telekinesis, suddenly cut off the giant snake's head, and at the same time, a blood mark was cut on the neck of Kurama Lanshin. During the bloody process, Kurama Lanshin's only concern is the Kurama family's only remaining son, Kurama Kangayan. Shiraishi ignored him, and forcibly killed Kurama Arashiyama. As if a slap hit a Burain Dangshin's face. You reading www.okanshu.net. Every heroic statement he made before seemed to be ironic to himself now. Damn it. A Burain Dangshin controlled a large number of poisonous insects in front of him to produce a huge explosion, and launched a crazy counterattack against Shiraishi. However, the Mirage ability exploded, and Shiraishi cleverly made a Burain Dangshin's offensive ineffective. Further, the tragic death of his father, coupled with the death of his younger brother in the previous battle, made Kurama Kangayan, who had lost all his close relatives, suddenly lose his mind. During the process of screaming wildly, the power of the ultimate illusion deep in the blood inheritance of the Kurama family was activated. A terrifying mental power that continues to increase erupts from Kurama Kangayan's angry will, turning into a billowing burst of energy. The destructive Jinjutsu that made no difference between the enemy and the enemy swept over. Many Konoha and Sunagakure ninjas around them had no time to avoid. The spiritual world was swallowed up instantly, and they fell directly into a state of brain death. Yana Dangshin was also affected to a certain extent, and her face turned pale under the impact of this telepathy. Calm down, Kang-yan. There was no response. Kurama Kangayan's eyes soon lost their luster. He awakened the Kurama family's blood successor for the first time, causing his own strength to explode in one breath, and was severely depleted, and he passed out directly. Shiraishi quickly retreated when Kurama Kumo went berserk. Although Shiraishi's injury was not serious, he had started medical treatment to repair his own injuries. The situation of the battle between Sunagakure and Konoha had been completely reversed. As the captain of the mobile team, Kakashi saw the Kurama family suffered heavy losses and quickly drew his knife to get rid of the entanglement between Nagase Bizun and Morimoto Ryoharu, and came to a Burain Dangshin's side. Retreat. The voice of Narashikoa's sensor liaison team rang in the ears of a Burain Dangshin and Hatake Kakashi. As Konoha's first military advisor, he knew better than anyone that as the Kurama family was suppressed and destroyed by Shiraishi, Konoha's morale was severely damaged, and the encroachment of the power of the Black Mist continued, so a withdrawal was necessary. Chapter 88, Spread Speed. Konoha began to fully retreat, but Sunagakure's pursuit was not over. Many Konoha ninjas who had lost most of their fighting spirit were killed or captured by Sunagakure. A Burain Dangshin support failed, and the Kurama family was almost destroyed by the Black Mist Shiraishi. The result of this battle made Narashikoa very unbelievable. In his eyes, the Kurama family is the second best Jinjutsu family in the village after the Uchiha clan. Although their blood has withered over the years and their Jinjutsu abilities have declined severely, they are still an indispensable part of Konoha's Jinjutsu power. It is very difficult for Kurama family's blood successor to awaken, and the population is thin. From being a middle-class family, when the village was founded, to what it is now, it is enough to show the misfortune of this family. In addition, this time on the battlefield, the family was almost wiped out by the Black Mist and White Stone, which made him unable to say it to Lord Hokage. Fortunately, Kurama Kangayan awakened the blood successor, and opened up the Kurama family's true power of illusion. This terrifying method of manipulating the distortion and change of the five senses, even Uchiha dealt with it with caution. The amount of chakra is unexpectedly huge. Nera Shikora also misjudged the chakra loss when Shiraishi performed the technique. Due to the lack of intelligence, the battle situation deviated. There should be a secret technique to enhance his chakra. But among the secret techniques Sunagakure currently possesses, there are very few techniques that can enhance chakra like this. Could it be said that it was another technique created by him? There was a serious lack of intelligence information, making it impossible for him to determine Shiraishi's strength and status. However, he and the forces of Southwest Sunagakure were bound to go south to support him. The southern battlefield is occupied by the elite force of Inakacho. Narashikaku and Narashikakushin are both there. Although Shikora is relieved about his tribe and his son, he is also afraid of losing the same as the Kurama family, so he specifically tells Shikaku to be careful. In fact, even if Shikora didn't say anything, Shikaku quickly made arrangements after learning about the collapse of the Southwest Front to prevent Shiraishi's road from converging with the Sunagakure troops here. As the current squad leader of Konoha's Jounin class, Narashikawa has the authority to mobilize most of the Jounin's actions. It is true that the large force of Sunagakure on the southwest battlefield did support the southern front and reduce the pressure on Sunagakure, but Shiraishi himself did not appear on the southern front battlefield. After simply treating his injuries, Shiraishi appeared alone in the jungle area outside Mount Kikayo, not far from the southwest front. Due to Orochimaru's inaction, these large psychic summoning arrays were erased, but this did not hinder Shiraishi's use, and he quickly came to one of the arrays to activate the psychic technique. As the smoke rolled away, countless wolves howled loudly, and at the same time, the surrounding geographical environment suddenly changed and turned into a small desert area. The fact that Konoha chose this place to summon psychic beasts was due to the abundant natural energy underground in this area. After all, Konoha has unique judgment in selecting chakra psychic summoning arrays, so Shiraishi directly chose the location of this abandoned Konoha spiritual formation to conduct his summoning ceremony, but he did not expect that the number of wild wolves that appeared this time was unexpectedly large. During this period of time, Beishi allowed the blood wolf to move freely, letting it rely on its own strength to unify all the wild wolves of this generation. Therefore, when Beishi's psychic technique was activated, the number of wild wolves that appeared in front of him reached an astonishing number at the main battlefield of Mount Kikayo. When Jiraiya learned the news that Kurama Arashiyama had died in battle, his expression changed slightly. Who did it? Black Mist and White Stone. When it came to Black Mist Shiraishi, Jiraiya's impression of him was still based on his strange deeds of secret magic on the human body, but he didn't expect that such a young genius could improve his strength very quickly, and he could actually defeat and kill the powerful illusionist of the Kurama family. Although anything can happen on the battlefield, such a deed is enough to demoralize Konoha. This boy is not simple. Jiraiya has a profound gaze. Compared with Orochimaru, who is more sharp-edged, Jiraiya seems to be pretending to be crazy and acting stupid these years, but in fact he sees through it better than anyone else. He even works hard to investigate the person behind the secrets that make the ninja world so turbulent. Because of this, he was particularly concerned about the talented young men such as Black Mist Shiraishi, the three former disciples from the Land of Rain, and Namikaze Minato, to find the real son of destiny among them. But deep in the battlefield, even if the opponent may be the child of destiny, Jiraiya will not have any other selfish motives. If he can survive like the protagonist in the novel, it means that he is very lucky. On the other hand, if Kurogiri Shiraishi dies on the battlefield, it also means that he is not the true son of destiny. Minato should be the son of destiny that he needs to find, and Kurogiri Shiraishi should be the main villain in the book. Konoha is the embodiment of justice and protagonist, because we have the will of fire. In contrast to Jiraiya's complex thoughts, Orochimaru was extremely leisurely in the Konoha camp. Although Orochimaru was passive and lazy in fighting, it did not mean that he did not understand the changes in the external situation. The news that Kurama Shiraishi had killed Kurama Arashiyama had already spread like crazy throughout the entire camp, causing violent shocks to both Konoha and Sunagakure. Interesting. In less than a year, Kurogiri Shiraishi's strength has reached this level. There are not many Jounin who can defeat the Kurama family head on the battlefield. reading www.ukanshu.net. The changes in chakra, Orochimaru, suddenly noticed the chakra fluctuations produced by the psychic array. Compared with other ninjas in Konoha, the abandoned psychic array itself existed to summon snakes. Orochimaru was very keen and caught a trace of anomaly point in an instant. While the white stone and the wolves were moving, a small white snake appeared in the desert. Watching everything coldly point, this little guy could actually think of using my abandoned psychic summoning array to summon a large group of wolves. Orochimaru was the only one in Konoha who noticed Shiraishi's movements. Soon the legendary Sannin of Konoha slowly stood up and walked out of his camp. Lord Orochimaru. Several Chunin who were monitoring outside Konoha looked pale as they watched Orochimaru appear. It's okay, I just went out to warm up and didn't participate in the battle. Orochimaru spoke with a hint of coldness. Although he was full of smiles, several Konoha ninjas shuddered instinctively. Warm up. Before several Konoha ninjas could react, Orochimaru had disappeared. That boy from Shiraishi, where is he now? Although Ibiza was happy to learn that he had killed Kurama Arashiyama, he was also worried about Shiraishi's current behavior on the southern front battlefield. Shiraishi did not accompany the large troops to support, but went out alone. As a member of the battlefield mobile team, Shiraishi does have such privileges, but it is a bit worrying. He should be thinking about something again. It's for dealing with Konoha anyway. In the rolling sand and dust, Shiraishi led the pack of wolves to run quickly. It was obvious that he had his own ideas and purposes and was rushing towards an area where Konoha and Sunagakure were fighting at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Orochimaru was heading in the direction of the wolves. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Iwagakure Troops. Attached is the current data of the protagonist. Under the cover of the wild sand, the wolves were running quickly. Shiraishi, who controlled the wolves, was urgently performing a sand gathering technique to repair the loss of his own chakra point. In addition to the sand gathering technique, Shiraishi also prepared some special military food pills to replenish his fatigue. The thirst for blood caused by the killing put Shiraishi in a state of extreme restraint. Being too addicted to it will only make you become a puppet of darkness. The energy of chakra itself has a special spiritual infection, which can make people fall into endless darkness or pursue light. The most wonderful thing about chakra energy is the subtle influence a person's environment, everything he encounters, and his emotional fluctuations will all lead to changes in his own chakra point. This change will, in turn, affect the users themselves. Therefore, Shiraishi knows very well that he must restrain this bloodthirsty and desire to kill, otherwise it will have a great impact on his character. Dead cold air and ice mist appeared all over his body, and one of Shiraishi's two remaining skill cards that had not been unlocked, the snow skill card, was unlocked. Zixu is an ordinary ice type attack method, compared with black mist, which only requires mastering the two chakra attributes of water and wind. Zixu requires the change of the two attributes to a certain level before it can be practiced. However, the power and effect of this move are general, similar to a simplified version of the Minazuki family's ice escape. The desert flow below the sand gathering technique is Beisha's special ceiling area, which contains a large number of green flame sand towers, which are powerful enough to blow up the entire Platikadon mountain or the Enlightenment mountain range. This is Shiraishi's strongest trump card and his final trump card. Konoha's northern battlefield. The Hyuga family fought fiercely with Sunagakure's troops, and countless Kune hidden weapon detonating talismans were blocked by the Hyuga family's powerful physical skills. The Hyuga clan is one of the most powerful and prominent families in the Konoha ninja village. The Hyuga clan's blood, inherited Byakugan, which has been passed down from generation to generation, comes from Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, and the Byakugan is also one of the three major pupil techniques possessing the Byakugan, one of the three major eye techniques. Many people in the ninja world want to find out the abilities of the Hyuga clan. In order to protect this blood inheritance from outsiders, Hinata's descendants were divided into two families, the main family and the branch family. The clan is the true successor of the Hyuga clan, and is responsible for protecting and promoting the Hyuga clan. The branch family is a guardian of the Hyuga clan, responsible for protecting the Hyuga clan. There can only be one successor to the Hyuga clan. If the clan has multiple descendants in the same generation, only one of them can be selected to inherit the clan, and the others are all divided families. In other words, there can only be one person in a generation who can be a clan member by analogy. Even if the Hyuga clan has gone through thousands of years, there will only be one clan. The branch family is always the guardian of the clan. This family system is the most efficient protection system. A person who becomes a clan member must carve the curse seal caged bird on the forehead of the branch's eldest son when he reaches 3 years old. The clan family can use this curse seal to control and destroy the brain nerves of the branch family members, thereby controlling the branch family. The curse seal cannot be lifted until death. This curse seal can seal Byakugan's ability. Therefore, the caged bird is also a source of internal conflict within the Hyuga clan. This time, the commander-in-chief of the northern battlefield, Hyuga Tenman, and his eldest son, Hyuga Hisashi, and his second son, Hyuga Hisashi, who is also the next generation leader of the branch family, collaborated with the elite forces of the Hyuga family to attack Sunagakure. Hinata Hisashi's perception level is very strong, and he soon discovered that a powerful chakra force appeared in the distance. Farther, there is a large amount of chakra approaching, covered by wind and sand. The howls of wolves shocked Konoha at the scene. When did wolves exist around Mount Kikyo? Psychic, as the contemporary head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Shianman has a sharp eye, and he quickly sensed the direction of the wolves, which should be the previously abandoned psychic array in Konoha. Sunagakure still has a powerful character who knows how to use abandoned psychic arrays to create fighter planes. Thinking of this, Hinata Shianman made a palm with one hand, carrying the powerful power of Bagua, which instantly turned into a terrifying airflow impact, and rushed directly to the direction of the wolves in front of him, and the powerful palm force penetrated. Just from the rumor, Shiraishi knew that the high-ranking member of the Hyuga family had a powerful attack. According to intelligence, it should have been Hyuga Tenman himself who took the blow. Compared to Kurama Rarashiyama of the Kurama family, this Hinata Tenman is obviously a standard cage level powerhouse. The wind from the palm swept across, and the ground around the white stone was twisted, and the bottom shell underwent huge changes. The desert blood wolf in the distance activated the power of the earth, and changed the bottom shell. In an instant, the ground began to sink little by little in the direction of the Hinata family camp. This method is Iwagakure, but didn't Iwagakure and Sunagakure go to war in the Apocalypse Mountains? The chaos on the battlefield made it impossible for the Hyuga family to determine where the Earth Escape technique was activated, but this pure Iwagakure Earth Escape style made the Hyuga family a little suspicious for a while. Could it be said that Kurogiri Shiraishi and Iwagakure have united? The unexpected appearance of reinforcement by Sunagakure disrupted the rhythm of the attack brigade led by the Hyuga family, especially the strange wolf pack in front of them, which made them fearful. I'm even more worried about the possibility of rock hidden places appearing in the dark. There are multiple earth attribute chakra reactions. Under the shroud of black mist, several sensory ninjas of the Hyuga family made misjudgments. After all, the influence of the black mist technique made it impossible for the Hyuga family to accurately distinguish the identity of the opponent as usual. The black mist covered it little by little, and Hinata Shianman's eyes were sharp. If Iwagakure appeared, then there shouldn't be only this weak earth attribute chakra reaction. This clumsy strategy doesn't work at all. Hyuga Tenman's second palm shot brought with it the power of endless thunder. The palm wind instantly chopped up the black mist in front of him, turning into a whirlwind and rushing into the group of wolves. Just as Hyuga Tenman approached the Sunagakure genius, the two faced each other. View moment. Behind the black mist and white stone, a strange man wearing armor appeared. Earth Escape, weighted rock technique. 1. Move to escape from earth and aggravate the rock technique, and 1 punch to hit Hinata Shianman. The forces of both sides collided with each other, as if the surroundings were solidified. As the armored monster retreated with a punch, he retreated with Shiraishi, and at the same time a pack of wolves attacked. Attacking Hinata Shinman Point. Are there really Iwagakure reinforcement? Their claws intertwined, and the strong storm tore apart the bodies of the two wild wolves in an instant. In the process, blood mist suddenly spurted out, blocking the progress of Hinata Shinman Point covered by black mist. Compared to ordinary Konoha ninjas, the Hyuga family's Byakugan has little effect, and is positioned based on chakra energy. But it was different for the ordinary Konoha ninjas around them. Their actions were affected by the black mist. A figure flashed quickly, and the silver knife went straight to the vital part of Hinata Hizu's lair. In the powerful explosion, Hyuga Hizu smashed the Shiraishi-do clone in front of him with one punch. In the process, another Shiraishi-do clone also formed a seal at the same time, and the surrounding bottom shell was formed. Variety point. As if you were in a mudslide area, as the sand softened under your feet, countless packs of wolves pounced on you and bit you. In response to Shiraishi's wolf attack, the Hyuga family stepped forward. During the fierce fight with each other, Shiraishi in the distance did not want to fight. Reading www.ukanshu.net successfully disrupted the Hyuga family's rhythm and began to move in other directions. Shiraishi didn't dare to fight at all. Faced with the lock of Hyuga Tenman, with the help of the black mist technique and the possibility of ambush by Iwagakure, Shiraishi quickly withdrew and at the same time activated the psychic array again, summoning more wolves to launch an offensive point at Konoha base camp. Nerishikoa's expression changed drastically. Iwagakure joins the war? Impossible. However, Hinata Shinman witnessed it, which made the strongest brain in Konoha shaken. Is Kurogiri Shiraishi acting alone to mobilize Iwagakure reinforcement? But what about the war in the Apocalypse Mountains? Iwagakure and Sunagakure jointly created drama. The user of the aggravated rock technique must be a close associate of that Tsukikage lineage point. Although there was no large-scale Iwagakure troop response, Konoha began to become cautious. Shiraishi, as of chapter 89, endurance 7, body 9, illusion 7, wisdom 10, strength 5, speed 8, essence 6, seal 6, total 58, ninjutsu, wind release beast, wave palm, super beast wave palm, super cyclone knife, multiple cyclone knife, exploding cyclone knife, fire release dragon fire technique, spark dragon fire technique, super dragon fire technique, earth escape, earth style 3 talons formation, earth style 4 square formation, triangular sand tower, ice escape, black mist technique, Zixukanban kill illusion, mirage weapons, silver sword, Feiyu mirror glasses, system skills, high speed movement, telekinesis, treasure gathering skill, IAI slash, whirlwind slash, round pupils, sand gathering technique, bubble, black mist, flying water shuriken, curse, green flame, fine snow, psychic beasts, moonbat, desert blood wolf. Chapter 90, meeting Orochimaru. Konoha's command system was a little confused. Nerishikoa's face was solemn. The unexpected strong man who appeared on the northern battlefield completely disrupted his judgment. However, no one noticed that at the same time as Beishi took action, Feiyujin quietly opened and controlled dozens of puppets. To flashpoint, the earth release strongman who fought against Hyuga Shinman was one of the human puppets left behind by the red sand scorpion. He was a famous earth release jounin on the Iwagakure side in the past. He was killed by the scorpion on the battlefield and made into a human puppet. As for the other Iwagakure ninjas with earth attribute perception, Shiraishi used temporary regeneration cores created by scanning with the glasses system installed on the puppets and covered them up with the black mist technique so that they were fake and real. If Konoha makes a mistake in judgment, then there will be more time to maneuver. While Shiraishi is retreating, Nerishikoa will not dare to make a judgment easily. Originally, Shiraishi was alone, and even with the help of a pack of wolves, he could only harass various battlefields in Konoha. However, if there were Iwagakure reinforcement, there would be a fatal problem, and the defense of Konoha's base camp would be weak. At the same time, Nerishikoa also received sensory fluctuations of Iwagakure ninja chakra around the base camp, and his eyes became solemn for a moment. There are only two possibilities now. The first is that Sunagakure deliberately created the illusion of Iwagakure's appearance to cover up his own weakness. The second One is also when Sunagakure is unable to resist Konoha's attack, and then asks for help from Iwagakure point. In either case, Sunagakure should have reached its limit. Nerishikore knocked on the table. The appearance of the black mist white stone is nothing more than reminding us to pay attention to the base camp guards, and then divert our offensive troops. Go out with all your strength, and try to conquer Mount Kikayo tonight. Next, Kurogiri Shiraishi should harass the base camp, and continue to strengthen our understanding of Iwagakure's reinforcement. As if to confirm Nerishikore's judgment, Shiraishi suddenly appeared outside the base camp. After the black mist technique was cast, the wolves attacked again. Konoha reacted very quickly. The incident in the sensing class last time made them very sensitive. They saw another attack on the base camp, and quickly the Enbu and various teams set off. But being blocked by the black mist technique, Beishi left directly. No need to pursue. After several mobile battles, Konoha may have also concluded that Sunagakure's internal strength is extremely weak, so they adopted such methods to distract and interfere with Konoha's movements. This will definitely speed up Konoha's offensive against Mount Kikayo. In fact, the current strategy, that Konoha is gradually advancing, is the source of Sunagakure's pressure. Namake's Minato's mobility, the Hyuga family's powerful physical skills and perception, and various elite families. If the battle with Konoha is consumed for a long time, no matter how many Sunagakure troops there are, it will not be enough. On the contrary, taking this opportunity to speed up Konoha's decisive battle with Sunagakure, the chance of winning will be higher. Ibizo is also making the same arrangements. Just as Shiraishi finished adjusting his breath, a joking voice suddenly came from behind. The human puppet using the regeneration core cooperates with the black mist. I see. This is really an amazing idea. The sound suddenly sounded like a bomb, making Beishi jump up suddenly and quickly killed the powerful whirlwind knife with the silver knife in his hand. The whirlwind knife penetrated, and a powerful chakra storm also rolled up around the latter, blocking Shiraishi's attack. At the same time, the true face of the person in front of him made Shiraishi's pupils dilate. Orochimaru. I saw the Konoha-Sennin slowly walking out from the dark and cold figure, and for a moment Shiraishi seemed to be in a cold and murderous world. Surrounded by the chilling murderous intent, sweat dripped from Shiraishi's forehead. He completely miscalculated Orochimaru, and even forgot about this unstable factor, but he did not expect him to suddenly appear on the battlefield. This can be considered the first time we have met Black Mist Shiraishi. The moment Orochimaru opened his mouth, the silver sword appeared at some unknown time. During the stabbing process, the latter turned into countless mudslides and disappeared. I saw Orochimaru appearing behind him, and the moment he formed a seal with one hand, countless venomous snakes coiled out from under his feet and rolled towards him. The power of the earth. The eyes of the leading desert blood wolf showed a cold light, and its bottom shell shook and turned into a sharp blade to swallow these snakes. Orochimaru flashed to the other side. It's really amazing. Although Orochimaru did not participate in the battle, it did not mean that he did not understand the situation on the battlefield. Shiraishi killed Kurama Arashiyama with a single blow and almost wiped out the Kurama family. This incident had already caused a sensation in the entire Konoha camp, and soon even Konoha itself would know about it. So Orochimaru has been observing secretly, especially when he saw Shiraishi channeling a huge pack of wolves and human puppets. He admired the young man's idea. Although he didn't know what his intention was, it did not hinder Orochimaru's appreciation of Shiraishi. The two were almost the same type of ninja, and Orochimaru suddenly fell in love with talents facing an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Shiraishi knew very well that he was no match for Orochimaru, and began to think about retreating. The black mist technique sprayed out, but compared to ordinary ninjas who guarded against the black mist, Orochimaru locked his sights on the ground. Interesting. In an instant, the entire earth began to become turbid. During the drastic change in the environment at the foot of Beishi, the sand gathering technique suddenly stopped. Relying on the desert to increase the amount of chakra is such a magical method. What's the principle? Orochimaru didn't know the principle of the sand gathering technique. Reading www.ukanshu. Ned has a vicious eye, and he will confirm his own ideas with just one test move. Become my subordinate. Your talents should not be wasted on Sunagakure. You want me to defect to Konoha? Shiraishi frowned. He didn't expect that Orochimaru would use this kind of excuse to deal with him at this time. Konoha. That is no longer what I'm pursuing. Orochimaru was obviously distracted when he mentioned Konoha. Shiraishi spit out the dragon fire technique, and countless whirlwind knives violently attacked the combination of wind and fire. A strong fight against Orochimaru. Knowing that this battle is dangerous, Shiraishi activates all his mental power and floats his body bit by bit in midair. As the whirlwind knives around him begin to gather together, a terrifying storm energy gradually forms. Although the whirlwind knife was modified from skills from other worlds, after so many years of practice, research, development, and transformation, Shiraishi has already developed its own strengthening method in this world. The high temperature energy generated in the surroundings, combined with the whirlwind knife, turned into a burning heat vortex. Under Shiraishi's control, it gradually turned into a true fighting form. Countless wind blades cut him, leaving a look of pain on Beishi's face, but Beishi did not retreat, gritted his teeth, and the surrounding fiery whirlwind suddenly condensed into a red storm blade. Wind. Escape exploding cyclone knife. In the process of combining the two chakra attributes, a strong wind blade airflow was generated around him, instantly causing a burning injury to Shiraishi's palm. Some of the cells were penetrated and burned by the heat. Its destructive power and instability were different from those of the past burning powder. Very similar. Even Orochimaru felt the terrifying destructive power hidden in this whirlwind sword move, and his eyes became serious in an instant. The powerful exploding whirlwind knife whizzed past and struck Orochimaru below. Chapter 91. Final Battle at Platicadon Mountain. 2 in 1 chapter. Exploding whirlwind knife. The scorching and violent wind blade power swept over, and Orochimaru's eyes gradually showed a solemn look. The power of the wind in front of him was more powerful and terrifying than he imagined. Body fixing technique. Orochimaru used the simplest immobilization technique to instantly generate powerful binding force to suppress Shiraishi. As a D-level ninjutsu, the holding technique is like an invisible steel cable that restrains the opponent's body. This is a basic ninjutsu that even genin knows how to use, but the strength varies depending on the person who performs the technique. A highly capable caster can restrain several opponents at the same time, and Orochimaru's immobilization technique has a certain impact on Shiraishi almost instantly. The essence of body holding technique is the binding of chakra power. Under Shiraishi's control, the exploding whirlwind knife on his palm produced huge stirring and destructive force. It actually shredded the surrounding chakra flow, deciphered the holding technique data, and suddenly blasted out a powerful wind escape vortex. During the strong whirlwind attack, Orochimaru's body turned into countless soft soil. At the moment when the soil substitutes were exchanged, the explosive whirlwind knife instantly adjusted its direction and attacked in another direction. Locking in a strange arc of rotation, the powerful high-temperature whirlwind knife broke through the restrictions and rushed behind Orochimaru at extremely fast speeds. This locking ability. For a moment, Orochimaru showed interest. Shiraishi's wind release move seemed to be a simple compound ninjutsu, but it contained other principles. Thinking of this, Orochimaru deliberately tested the power of this move. During the one-hand seal process, the surrounding mudslides changed, but at this time a large amount of mist suddenly sprayed out from the ground, which restricted Orochimaru. Is this the black mist of Kira? Mist Shiraishi. Feeling the icy chill and the violent exploding whirlwind knife above, Orochimaru seemed to have no escape, and was locked tightly by Shiraishi. The violent wind blade produced a powerful swelling airflow, which together with the black mist below formed a magnificent and strange scene, like a billowing black tornado, and the scorching energy suddenly burst out at this moment, turning into a shock wave. The high temperature energy bombarded Orochimaru was restricted in this area. At the same time, Shiraishi rode the desert blood wolf and quickly evacuated the scene. As one of the Sennin of Konoha, Orochimaru would not be easily killed. This explosive whirlwind sword move was his limit. Although Orochimaru was successfully restrained, given his ability, it was only a matter of time before he could break through. There were strong high temperature burns left on Shiraishi's hands, which was enough to show how dangerous the wind release move just now was. Black mist technique. Using the black mist again, a large amount of mist was seen surrounding Orochimaru's attack range. creating a dense fog area point at the place where the whirlwind sword exploded. Orochimaru's body shattered, and then another Orochimaru body spit out from his mouth. Orochimaru style stand-in is a perfect stand-in technique that uses an external body as a stand-in to transfer itself from the mouth without the need for seals. However, this move is almost tailor-made for Orochimaru point. If someone other than Orochimaru uses it, it will consume a lot of chakra. Therefore it is difficult to generalize. It is really good to be able to use this stand-in method to evade, and the power of the combination of wind escape and black mist and white stone is really good. I look forward to the opportunity for us to truly cooperate in the future. Regarding Shiraishi's battle, it was more of Orochimaru's own bad taste. Orochimaru himself was not very willing to fight, and he had no intention of catching Shiraishi point now. He is planning for the future, and some of his plans may need Sunagakure support, so his attitude towards Shiraishi is still ambiguous. On the desert blood wolf in the distance, a white snake with its tongue sticking out disappeared from Shiraishi's eyes. Just this hand made Shiraishi understand Orochimaru's hidden attitude. Orochimaru needs the support of Sunagakure forces. Although it is just an attitude, it is enough to show that the internal conflicts in Konoha have intensified to a serious level. It seems that it is a matter of time before Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, rebels against the village point on the battlefield of Mount Kikayo. As Konoha accelerated the pace of its attack, it seemed that Sunagakure was in a huge passive position and a large number of defense lines were breached. However, in fact, it was all done intentionally by Sunagakure and retreated little by little. It is actually very unwise for Sunagakure to stick to Mount Kikayo and consume Konoha. Shiraishi has always been very opposed to spending time on Mount Kikayo and Konoha. Master, no matter how many defenses we put up on Mount Kikayo, we can't stop Konoha's elite forces from conquering it. Instead of doing this, it's better to take advantage of their attention to Mount Kikayo and make a layout plan. War should be more flexible and maneuverable. The previous state of Sunagakure clinging to Mount Kikayo caused Konoha to ignore other possibilities. This was also the plan that Shiraishi and Ibizo mentioned in a secret conversation before the war started. What do you think? Ibizo attached great importance to Shiraishi's suggestion, and at the same time, he silently listened to Shiraishi's plans and arrangements. Let Konoha make a wrong judgment and conclude that Sunagakure's side is about to reach its limit and cannot continue fighting. This was the first step of Shiraishi's plan. He used the human puppet of the Regeneration Core to deliberately demonstrate the weighted rock technique in front of Konoha's number 1 sect. With the endorsement of the Hyuga family, Nerishikora determined that there were 2 possibilities for Sunagakure. Accelerating the attack on Mount Kikayo is Konoha's current state, but Shiraishi's real purpose is to lure Konoha to speed up the offensive on Mount Kikayo, rather than the steady advancement strategy as before. Use Mount Kikayo as a trap. Shiraishi's plan is crazy. Based on the 10 billion detonating talismans stored by Sunagakure, Shiraishi placed them all in Platikadon Mountain. It can be said that once Konoha enters Platikadon Mountain, there will be endless bombing of detonating talismans waiting for them. Ibizo agreed to this plan, but he was still thinking about other things. Luring Konoha into Mount Kikayo is not just as simple as these methods. The atmosphere between the master and the disciple became very delicate. At this time, Shiraishi looked at Ibizo calmly. If there is anything else to add, Master, please advise. With a self-deprecating smile, Ibizo waved his hand. No, I will arrange for replenishment. The plan was confirmed, but Ibizo tapped the table lightly. Lost in thought. This plan has a fatal problem. Simply luring the enemy into Mount Kikayo and then retreating directly will expose Sunagakure's true intentions. According to Konoha's mobilization ability, Sunagakure's plan can be seen through very quickly. Konoha must be convinced that Sunagakure is determined to defend Mount Kikayo. Is this kid really unaware of the flaws in this plan? Or should I say he? Time passed bit by bit. After the Konoha Middle Road, led by Namikaze Minato, finally successfully broke through the Sunagakure defense line, the north and south sides also smoothly returned to the division with Namikaze Minato, and advanced to the core of Mount Kikayo. According to the original Shiraishi plan, Sunagakure would detonate 10 billion detonating talismans during the evacuation process one by one along the same route. But when Shiraishi arrived at the agreed gathering place, he found that in addition to his own group of students, Shirogakiji and Maki, there were still many Sunagakure companions fighting on the Kikayo mountain battlefield. Master, the fighting on Mount Kikayo is still going on, and there are some powerful jounin and chunin among them who still insist on continuing the stalemate fight with Konoha. Ibizo looked down at the Sunagakure ninjas fighting on Kikayo Mountain. There are currently more than 3,000 Sunagakure ninjas remaining on Kikayo Mountain. These tenacious ninjas are fighting fierce battles against Konoha, which is several times the enemy. Master, why don't you let them withdraw? They have withdrawn. Will Nerishikora still fall into the trap? Ibizo's words made many Sunagakure ninjas who didn't know the truth freeze on the spot. Since we are going to do it, we must maximize all the benefits. The 3,000 people left behind have already understood their mission, as if to confirm Ibizo's words, every Sunagakure ninja left behind lit their own detonating talismans. 10 billion detonating talismans were detonated by more than 3,000 left behind Sunagakure ninjas, and the entire Platikadon mountain seemed to be roaring. The explosion of 10 billion detonating talismans almost instantly plunged Mount Kikayo into a sea of fire. Although some of Konoha's elite jounin and chunin were able to escape the deadly offensive, at least half of Konoha's troops were lost in this wave of detonation. Many of the Sunagakure ninjas who were left to defend were from some of Sunagakure's family ninjas, and there were many who were close to Rata, but this time they were all left behind by Ibizo in Mount Kikayo to die with Konoha. Although they were cannon fodder, these Sunagakure ninjas were still willing to detonate their detonating talismans for the sake of the Kingdom of Wind and the village. It's really a powerful method. Orochimaru looked at Mount Kikayo in front of him, as if he were in a world of fireworks, and spoke meaningfully. Although he was not sure who planned this, he somehow recalled the appearance of the Sunagakure boy in his mind. Nerishikora looked pale, and looked in the direction of Mount Kikayo. This time Sunagakure's unexpected counterattack caused him a heavy loss of face. Although he had considered the idea of Sunagakure dying together, the previous appearance of Iwagakure's troops and Kikyoama's attitude of fighting to the death made Sunagakure ignore the possible hidden risks here. Nerishikora suddenly turned pale, and could hardly stand. His eldest son, Nerishikaku, quickly stepped forward to support his father. Konoha suffered heavy losses. Although it successfully captured Mount Kikayo, it was directly blown up by Sunagakure. This operation was completely different from the traditional ninja war method, causing Konoha to lose more than 5,000 troops. Even the genius Kakashi was almost killed by the detonating talisman. If Minato Namikaze hadn't used time and space ninjutsu to support him in time, this future Konoha copy ninja would have perished in the sea of fire. Sunagakure lost the vitality of Mount Kikayo, but essentially retained its vitality, and even weakened the power of the Kazekage family a lot. Enlightenment Mountains. Eluosha looked at the results of the war in Platikadon Mountain with very complicated eyes. Sacrificing 3,000 people can bring peace with Konoha. It's a pity that due to Ibizo's planning, many families of Sand-Hidden were directly removed from the Kingdom of Wind. Although the Sand-Hidden 3 lineages followed him in the Enlightenment Mountains, the result was very uncomfortable. Feng, are you going to let this matter go? Yamaji Ryoko's expression was ugly. Many ninjas in Kikayo Mountain were attached to the Yamaji family. Unexpectedly, they were all cannon fodder after being manipulated by Ibizo. In terms of results, it's perfect. Compared to Yamaji Riko, Iroquois Akita was much calmer. He picked up the battle report and looked at the results. Kazekage-sama can only praise the elders but cannot criticize. For the sake of Sunagakure's unity, Ibizo's plan was famous in the ninja world, and he sacrificed so many Sunagakure companions to complete the reversal of this great battle. He is more famous than Konoha Danzo. Did he actually bear all the infamy? The third Hokage put down his pipe and was silent for a moment, feeling helpless against such an opponent. Let's make a truce with Sunagakure and negotiate with Mount Kikayo as the border. Currently, the situation in various countries has changed again. Knowing the weakness of Konoha and Sunagakure, Iwagakure has invested huge forces in the Apocalypse Mountains and Kanekun Bridge. Kirigakure has also stepped up its offensive to the west. Although the Uchiha clan is the main force, but the situation remains passive. Besides, there is still an unresolved Orochimaru problem. Konoha was no longer able to maintain 3 wars, and had no choice but to enter into peace talks with Sunagakure. He then freed up his hands to take care of the Shirogakure and Iwagakure families. Sunagakure is so poor, there is really no real benefit to continuing to fight with them. In the dark night, Shiraishi stood outside the camp without saying a word. Looking at the current state, Shiraishi was very worried and wanted to come forward to comfort him, but he didn't know what happened. In fact, Shiraishi knew very well that Ibizo had seen through his little thoughts in that conversation. The conversation between Shiraishi and Ibizo was actually a test by Shiraishi. He did not want to bear the infamy of killing his compatriots to gain victory, so he chose to use an imperfect plan to persuade Ibizo to complete it on his own. As Shiraishi's master, Ibizo also takes full responsibility for Sunagakure's victory and the idea of protecting his apprentice's reputation. Even if it was Ratsa, he couldn't blame Ibizo for sacrificing 3,000 ninjas to completely end the war with Konoha. This achievement was real, but the method was too cruel. It made sense in theory, but Shiraishi felt very guilty. This guilt came from Ibizo and his companions who had sacrificed their lives. Master, Ibizo, whose eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, looked at his apprentice with a hint of exhaustion in his tone. Practice well. Sunagakure's future depends on you. I just hope this is the last sacrifice. You're adding www.ukanshu.net. Ibizo, who has seen all kinds of ups and downs in the ninja world, seems to be in a worse state of mind after experiencing the battle on Mount Kakayo. He values Sunagakure village more than anyone else. But for the future of the village and the future of his apprentice, he personally sent 3,000 Sunagakure companions to a dead end. Looking at Ibizo's eyes, Shiraishi felt a deep sting in his heart. Master, I will never continue to let my companions sacrifice. I'm here to make a promise to you. I'm tired. Let me have a good rest. Facing the old man in front of him, Shiraishi bowed slightly, then slowly turned around and left. The moment he turned around, Shiraishi slowly stepped out of Ibizo's camp step by step. Looking at Shiraishi's back, Ibizo was in a daze for a moment. Is my choice right or wrong? The moment he walked out of the camp, Shiraishi's face looked very painful. Jounin, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Shiraishi in this state, and was so frightened that he quickly stepped forward to help Shiraishi. Roll. Listening to Shiraishi's soft call, Jounin quickly used medical ninjutsu to check Shiraishi's body. Ishiki, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable there? Holding on to Jounin's clothes, Shiraishi said softly, believe me, I will protect you next time. I believe it. Facing Shiraishi's pain and struggle, Jounin showed a hearty smile, and at the same time, stroked the back of Shiraishi's head, coaxing him to fall asleep early. P.S. I'm a little tired today. I got home at 10 o'clock and just finished typing, and then got ready to rest. There may be a lot of typos and sentences. If there are any problems, I will point them out in this chapter and I will revise them. I really don't have time to proofread them. I'm too tired. Due to the 2-in-1 relationship, there is only one update point in terms of detonating talismans. 10 billion is actually not too much, compared to the 600 billion detonating talismans that Xiaonan blasted Obito. Chapter 92, The Medal of the Daimyo. 10 billion detonating talismans almost consumed all the materials that Sunagakure had accumulated over the years, but the results were extremely rich. However, many detonating talismans were stored for more than 10 years or even the first ninja war, causing damage. The power is still much lower than that of ordinary detonating talismans, but even so, the losses suffered by Konoha were too great for them to estimate. After the battle in Narashikoa, he resigned from the position of Konoha Jounin squad leader, and retired directly. He had no face to face the tragic number of 5,000 casualties. This was a lifelong shame for him, and even the Nara family. Father, suddenly, the long old Narashikoa looked at the young eldest son in front of him. Shikaku, Hokage-sama has made an exception, and promoted you to Jounin. The position of Jounin squad leader is currently vacant. What is your plan for the next war with Iwagakure, Shenwu, Kunkyo, Dua 999 supplies? What's the specific plan? This is the plan. Looking through Narashikaku's plans. As the head of this generation of the Nera family, Narashikaku showed a pleased smile. Very good. Your ability is no longer weaker than mine. As the squad leader of the jounin class, I hope you can take it back within a year. Konoha's jounin class is a very special group. The main members of this department come from various departments in Konoha, such as the Anbu, Medical Department, Security Department, Interrogation Department, Intelligence Department, Administration Department, etc. But at the highest level meeting in Konoha, the status of the jounin squad leader represents the entire Konoha jounin group. Even the appointment of Hokage requires the unanimous approval of all jounin in the jounin class due to their outstanding minds. The Nera family has always been the jounin class leader. Although Narashikawa resigned from the position of jounin class leader, the candidate to take over as the jounin class leader was Namikaze Minato. As a confidant of the Hokage, Narashikawa naturally knew that Minato Namikaze was the next generation of Kage that the current third generation of Hokage focused on cultivating. Therefore, for Minato Namikaze, the position of jounin class leader was just a transition. Don't have any hostility with Minato. His role as jounin squad leader is just a transitional one. I understand, father. Having followed Narashikawa for a long time, Narashikaku has long been familiar with the dark rules of Konoha's upper echelons. Namikaze Minato has been building momentum. Konoha's publicity is an example of how many companions he saved during the battle on Mount Kikayo Point. Even in order to promote Namikaze Minato's kindness, Konoha also sent thousands of orphans he had taken in from previous battlefields to Konoha village as a form of benevolent government. This also includes a special orphan, the future Yakashika Buto, the inheritor of Orochimaru's philosophy. In addition, Namikaze Minato also served as a negotiator to Sunagakure and signed an armistice agreement with Sunagakure's senior officials in Mount Kikayo Point. Inoki originally planned to advance the army of Sunagakure from the mountain range, but after the outcome of the Battle of Mount Kikayo came out, the target of the attack was directed at Konoha. The strength of Kanekun Kyo Iwagakure increased to a huge number, and Konoha was completely suppressed on that front. Compared to the poor country of wind, which is a desert, the country of fire, where Konoha is located, is the richest in resources. The current situation in Konoha is not good, and even Kumogakure is starting to make moves, so a truce with Sunagakure and a renewed alliance are the most urgent things. Today's Konoha is not the super village that was able to defeat 4 enemies with 1 enemy during the first and second ninja war. As for Sunagakure, the loss figure of Sunagakure in this battle made the daimyo very satisfied. He could raise so many ninjas at once, which was a great good thing for him. Anyway, the country of wind was poor, and other big countries were not very good at fighting. The idea of the kingdom of wind. The only pity is that the side of the Apocalypse Mountain seems to be temporarily quiet, causing the Earth Kingdom to focus all its attention on Konoha. That Black Mist, what is it? A close minister of the daimyo, who was also the father of the Bideo Shuren, said very flatteringly, Black Mist and White Stone. Yes, that's him. Mentioning Shiraishi, the daimyo showed a smile. Compared to that boring Ratsa, he is an interesting guy. What kind of leader of the Konoha family was killed on the battlefield this time? I have to award him a medal. Having said this, the bulky figure slowly stood up and thought for a long time. Let's call it the Sunagakure Village Kikayo Mountain Super Medal of the Wind Country. Applauding gently, Bideo Ye did not act like the head of a family. Instead, he smiled like a chamberlain. This name is really wonderful. It completely reflects the importance the daimyo attaches to him. Several ministers around looked at Ye Cang's posture with disdain, but they couldn't care less. After the secret technique of the human body of Kurogiri Shiraishi was presented to the daimyo by the Kitajima family, the honor and favor of the Kitajima family returned. After all, it is impossible for ordinary people to practice the secret art of the human body. The daimyo can only turn to the Kitajima family for these private matters. Since several female jounin from the Bijima family have practiced this secret art, they naturally become the most favored concubines in the daimyo's harem. At the same time, the competitive relationship between Alyosha and Shadun and the Bideo family led them to invest in Shiraishi to compete for the Kazekage throne. Although medals are usually useless, they have powerful intangible political assets. reading www.ukanshu.net, especially the number of words determines how much the daimyo attaches import to them. The daimyo of the kingdom of wind squinted his eyes to enjoy Betty Deo Taikang's flattery. In fact, he knew exactly what these subordinates were thinking, but he was too lazy to care about them. The place of gold of Luotia. To be precise, the metal magnetic escapability of the 3 sand escape veins is an important source of finance for the Kingdom of Wind, and even the daimyo has to cooperate with it in the collection and development of many mineral veins. The 3rd generation Kazekage, the 4th generation Kazekage, and the 2 generations Kazekage controlled such an important financial source, which made the daimyo very uncomfortable, so he thought of supporting Shiraishi to curb the sand escape family. Only if there are 2 forces, Sunagakure will not always be united and threaten his daimyo dominance. The strength of the ninja is too strong, and there are not many ways for the daimyo to contain it. Several other big countries, at least in terms of their financial structure, have rich related industries. The source of various materials in Ninja Village depends on the daimyo's face, but in the country of the wind, Eluosha's place of gold is an existence that daimyo loves and hates. While the daimyo was discussing the name of the metal with the head of the Kitajima family, outside Sunagakure's camp, Konoha's messenger was walking slowly on the desert. In order to show how seriously they took this matter, Konoha sent 2 heavyweights, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, as envoys along the way. Although Namikaze Minato still had the same gentle face as before, his expression was formulaic. The battle at Platikaden Mountain deeply hurt the future Golden Flash. Watching a large number of his companions die in battle and feeling helpless made him feel extremely complicated and uncontrollably angry. At one point, he even wanted to go on a killing spree in Sunagakure and directly take off Ibizo's head. But for the overall interests of the village, Namikaze Minato endured. We're here, Sunagakure camp. What? Greets Susses, Black Mist and Whitestone. Chapter 93, Negotiation. At the gate of the Sunagakure camp, Sunagakure arranged a total of 15 jounin to greet them, the leader of which was Shiraishi, a disciple of Ibizo. Wearing a simple light blue coat and glasses, Shiraishi looks very gentle and harmless. However, such a seemingly harmless young man was able to break through the southwest front and kill the head of the Kurama family. This pair of glasses is mainly to conceal his true gaze and demeanor. Namikaze Minato looked carefully at the famous Black Mist Shiraishi, and the latter was also looking at the new star of Konoha in front of him. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Yoshimaru, Uzumaki Kushina and others were students of the Konohagakure ninja school at the same time. Later, he was assigned to the class led by Jiraiya, and he determined to become Hokage, since he was a child. In the later stages of the Kikayo Mountain battlefield, Namikaze Minato's powerful flying thunder god technique continued to shuttle through every corner of the battlefield, causing Sunagakure a lot of suffering. It can be said that Sunagakure is currently Sunagakure's most taboo enemy. The powerful mobility of the flying god thunder made Namikaze Minato insurmountable in a sense. Although Shiraishi did not face him head on, he could feel the difficulty of the flying god thunder technique. Konoha sent out Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, the master-disciple combination, which had a powerful intimidation effect on Sunagakure. Except for Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya next to him seemed to be standing aside normally. Compared to Orochimaru and Tsunade, who were more aggressive, this one gave Shiraishi a more reserved feeling. The Sannin of Konoha have different personalities. Orochimaru is feminine, Tsunade is bold, and Jiraiya gives people the illusion of peace and tranquility. It seems that Jiraiya is more hidden than expected. Jiraiya-sama, please come this way. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Shiraishi received him meticulously. Although his expression could not be seen due to his glasses, Shiraishi's neither humble nor overbearing attitude surprised Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. According to their past knowledge, such talented young people are supposed to be arrogant, and their words will at least be a bit thorny, and they will even make some bold statements. But Shiraishi's attitude when receiving the Konoha envoy was very normal. His emotions were not exposed, and he did things very neatly. While walking with Shiraishi, Jiraiya finally couldn't help but ask, the plan to blow up Mount Kikayo was actually promoted by you, right? Halfway. Through the journey, Shiraishi was stunned for a moment by Jiraiya's question, and even Namikaze's Minato looked strange. This is a question without standards. Jiraiya's words were very sensitive. Although the bombing of Mount Kakayo succeeded in severely damaging Konoha, Sunagakure also suffered heavy losses. After all, he used living force as bait to lure Konoha to attack Rashly Point. Therefore, blowing up Mount Kakayo is also a tragic and helpless means for Sunagakure. It is not a victory over Konoha, but on the contrary, it is a huge shame. Jiraiya's question was tantamount to uncovering Sunagakure's scar in public. I just hope that the ninja world will not experience such pain again in the future. Shiraishi did not answer Jiraiya's question directly. After all, denying it would be to blame everything on Ibizo, and admitting it directly would not work. He could only avoid Jiraiya's question in this euphemistic way. In fact, Jiraiya knew that he was a little stupid as soon as he opened his mouth. The main reason why he asked Shiraishi was that he could not imagine the possibility that the Child of Destiny would use such a shocking fighting method as blowing up Mount Kakayo. This would still cost a lot of money. Companion style. This method was too cruel. From the bottom of his heart, Jiraiya didn't think Ibizo would come up with such a method to fight. Don't you want to have the same pain again? Shiraishi's answer was a bit surprising. When Jiraiya wanted to continue saying something, he was stopped by Minato. The ninjas surrounding Sunagakure looked at Konoha with hostile eyes. Seeing the concerned gaze of his apprentice Minato, Jiraiya suddenly laughed and stopped talking. The true Child of Destiny has been by my side for a long time. How could the so-called Sunagakure, Kurogiri Shiraishi, be the person who will change the ninja world in the future? In the camp, Ibizo and Ye Cang also walked out of the camp and met the eyes of Jiraiya's master and disciple. The air was filled with invisible gunpowder smoke. Jigakure's eyes are full of hatred for Konoha. Many of her subordinates died in the Battle of Mount Kakayo, so she is one of the few Sunagakure who currently opposes peace talks with Konoha. Shiraishi's strong fighting attitude made him feel bad about Agakure's situation. If this continues, the teacher will easily be excluded from the high-level circle of Sunagakure and become isolated bit by bit. Fortunately, the person leading the conversation today is Ibizo. Having experienced many ninja wars, he is also familiar with handling such negotiation issues. The negotiations between Konoha and Sunagakure went smoothly. Both sides wanted to end the war hastily and prepared for confrontation with Iwagakure. At present, among the 5 major ninja villages, Iwagakure has strong soldiers and horses. In addition, Earth Escape is best suited for large-scale positional combat, so it is very difficult to deal with. In addition, Kanakunkyo Konoha's previous weak military strength has resulted in Iwagakure completely gaining the upper hand. As for Sunagakure, not long after Inoki attacked and killed Rasa in the Chunin examination, Kanshu www.ukanshu.net openly attacked a cage after the game. Such shame made Rasa vow not to occupy Apocalypse Mountains, that he will not return to Sunagakure. However, this was also promoted verbally. After the last conflict between Shiraishi and the Yamaji family, the subsequent elder group took advantage of the opportunity to teach themselves a lesson. Kazekage directly transferred the heads of various departments to the Apocalypse Mountains and established a temporary studio. Even though he was on the front line, Lord Kazekage still firmly controlled the administration and no longer allowed the elders to take advantage of him. Although he understood Alyosha's situation, he still had the illusion of being petty. Sunagakure's conditions were very simple, hoping to obtain a compensation within the acceptable range of Konoha, while Konoha needed Sunagakure to restore previous trade relations and allow merchants from the Fire Country to enter the Wind Country for trade. In addition, Konoha and Sunagakure need to sign a military alliance agreement to fight against the 2 major ninja villages of Iwagakure and Shirogakure. The war between Konoha and Sunagakure is basically over. From Konoha 43 to now 45, after more than 2 years of fierce fighting, both sides are basically unable to continue. Although the war between Konoha and Sunagakure is over, the scale of the Third Ninja War is rapidly expanding. Iwagakure, Shirogakure and even Kumogakure all ended up one after another, and the 5 major ninja villages began to take turns fighting each other. In the Apocalypse Mountains, In the Iwagakure base camp, although Inoki evacuated with that Tsuchikage escort team, the strong Iwagakure who stayed behind should not be underestimated. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki Leomi Ratsuki in the 5-tailed Jinchuriki squad. Iwagakure arranged the 2 major Jinchuriki in the village to be the main force to contain Sunagakure. The relationship between Leozi and Inoki is not good, so Inoki rarely fights with Leozi on the battlefield. As for the Steam Ninja class, it is to deal with the powerful enemies of Sunagakure that may appear next, such as Hakura and Black Mist Shiraishi. Chapter 94. New cards. 2 in 1 chapter. The war with Konoha ended, and Iwagakure's main force concentrated on fighting fiercely with Konoha. Relatively speaking, Sunagakure entered a peaceful period. Although the Kazekage still revealed the mountains to monitor Iwagakure's movements, overall the country of wind was at peace. Shiraishi returned to the village with Maki, Shirogakiji and others. Along the way, except for Yakura who looked a little unwilling and depressed, most of the Suna ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. More than 2 years of war consumption had long ago made Sunagakure disgusted with everything around Mount Kakayo. The endless battle with Konoha had left many people physically and mentally exhausted. In the next period of time, you should rest and practice in the village. Ibizo and Shiraishi knew very well that Kikiyama killed the Kurama family and broke through the southwest front alone, and Shiraishi's promotion to jounin was already a certainty, and they were deeply afraid that Shiraishi's military exploits would continue to expand. Therefore, Rasa will never transfer Shiraishi to the Apocalypse Mountains. Even Shiraishi's friends and genin students, I'm afraid Rasa will not be willing to transfer. Master, what do you think of Orochimaru's cooperation application? Shortly after the Battle of Mount Kakayo, Orochimaru broke with the Third Hokage, Jiraiya and others in Konoha and defected. Although it was unclear where he was, the cunning Orochimaru issued a letter of invitation for cooperation. Hope to have some cooperation with Sunagakure. Technically, Orochimaru holds many secrets of Konoha, so it is urgent for Sunagakure to cooperate with him. However, Orochimaru is too dangerous, and Sunagakure is also afraid of being used by Orochimaru. Rasa was very interested in cooperating with Orochimaru, and even expressed his willingness to take Orochimaru in, but was rejected by the Konoha Sannin. Cooperation is a must. Orochimaru has too many things, including the natural energy and sage mode, that you have been thinking about. He has relevant information. Ibizo glanced at Shiraishi and said with a smile, it has been so long since the battle of Platikadon Mountain that the old knot between master and disciple has long been broken. However, Ibizo knew very well that Shiraishi had always been eager to obtain the immortal mode and natural energy information, so he teased Shiraishi like this. For the time being, Rasa and Orochimaru are still negotiating on the method and content of cooperation. However, Orochimaru mentioned you many times during the negotiation process and hopes to conduct certain research and cooperation with you. He values you very much. When Sunagakure's main force arrived in the village, they received a high-level reception from the whole village. Many villagers cheered for their relatives who came back alive. Even Shirogaki Hayato had tears in his eyes when he saw his son. However, Beishi was meeting the Bideo family envoy, Bideo Shuren, in a tea house at this moment. Captain, you are quite famous this time. Even the famous person has prepared a medal for you, Bideo. Shuren was dressed normally today, but his expression and every move were still so enchanting. However, this did not affect Shiraishi. He took a sip of tea first and frowned. Tea in this world is more similar to a dietary habit where tea cakes are first roasted with fire. Sebastian. Put the roasted tea cake into the copper tea and roll it into particles. Then sift the tea particles with a tea rack to get the fine powder. In order to improve the bitter taste of tea, mint, salt, red dates or ginger slices are often added for seasoning, and spices such as borneal are often added. Mix the fine tea powder together with the above ingredients into a paste. Then use the tea sauce with other foods. The tea in Shiraishi's memory is different from this type of tea. In fact, the tea leaves in commonly used tea cakes can be cooked with different flavors, as long as they are slightly modified. Captain, can't you get used to this tea? This is the best tea soup in our Bideo tea house chain. Looking at Bideo's eyes, Shiraishi shook his head. You can try to improve it. Maybe it can bring better business to your tea house. It Looks like the captain has another good idea. I'll show you the finished product in a few days. After simply skipping the topic, Shiraishi began to ask, how many cards have you collected this time? Shiraishi's hobby of collecting cards is also known to Kitajima Shuren, but these cards are controlled items in Wind Country, so the Kitajima family always travel to other countries to find and collect them. There are 7 cards in total. The price of 7 cards is very high, but Shiraishi is rich now and has enough money to collect and pay. Although the cards collected by the Kitajima family this time are not gold level, there are 3 purple cards. Although the value of purple level cards is lower than that of gold, if it matches the environment of the caster and his own fighting style, the value is extremely powerful. Just like the sand gathering spell point, the icons on these 3 purple cards show water escape skills, which also makes Shiraishi full of expectations for unlocking these 3 cards. However, Shiraishi knows the skill of one of the cards after the bubble technique proficiency reaches 100%. The skill card position for the next stage is unlocked, which is split into 2 improvement routes. One is bubble area, and the other is bubble light point. The map in his glasses showed that the coordinate of Peoang's area was in front of him, which was one of the 3 purple cards in the hands of the North Island Tree Man. Next, please continue to collect cards. Remuneration is not a problem. Regarding these trivial matters, Bideo Shuren assured himself that he could handle them, but he still asked cautiously, but Captain, have you developed a new secret technique for the human body recently? Not yet, although I know that the captain doesn't like to develop this kind of technique. The daimyo still needs some public relations for the future of the Kazekage. Now that the partnership with Shiraishi has been confirmed, the Kitajima family is not shy about their investment attitude towards Shiraishi, and Shiraishi nodded and said he would remember it. Point now for Shiraishi, he is more concerned about what the water escape skills are in the other 2 purple cards in the future. To collect cards, you still need to entrust various forces to collect them for yourself. It is too inefficient to collect cards while traveling alone. Jounin, actually don't worry. Although Bideo Shuren looks like a woman, he is actually still a man. Shiraishi's taste will not be that strong. Outside the tea house, Shirogakiji and Jounin were waiting for Shiraishi, but the topic of conversation was a bit awkward, and the more they talked, the more awkward they felt. See him as soon as he returns to the village. The Kitajima family is investing in Shiraishi, so it is normal to return to the village to communicate. Shirogakiji saw this very clearly, so he explained it to Jounin, but Jounin was still worried. He heard that the female ninjas of the Kitajima family were all very skilled and proficient in various secret arts, and the Kitajima Shuren might also be. Thinking of this, Jounin's face turned red. Beishi and Bideo Shuren happened to step out of the tea house private room. They saw Beishi's 2 companions on one side. Bideo Shuren smiled and said goodbye to Shiraishi in a charming way. Stone, go back. I've prepared delicious food for you. At Shiraishi's house, all the pink cherry blossoms were picked, put into a container by Shiraishi, sprinkled with special powder, and mixed in the container. Then Shiraishi put a bottle of cyan blue fruit wine. Stone, what is this? Jounin picked up a silver white box and asked curiously. The white agar, a specialty of Shirogakure, has a better taste than the jelly made from ordinary konjac powder. That's not very expensive. The things produced by Shirogakure are basically very expensive. After all, most of them are seafood, and the cost of transportation to Sunagakure is very high. I didn't expect that such a small box of things would be very expensive. The reward from the mission is enough to cover these. Just wait for these desserts. After the Battle of Mount Kikyo, although the daimyo of the Land of Wind did not assign all tasks back to Sunagakure as agreed, some tasks were gradually decomposed and sent back to Sunagakure village. Point among them, Beishi's performance on the southwest battlefield was rated as Super S, and the reward was very generous after all. This is not more than 10 years later. Mission rewards have shrunk by more than 10 times. In addition, Shiraishi has received a lot of dividends from cooperating with the Bideo family, so now he is not short of money. At the same time, Shiraishi put the crystal sugar into the water, slowly simmered it with the cherry blossoms and fruit wine over low heat until the pink color was completely integrated into the water. After gently removing the petals, Shiraishi mixed the boiled water with special white agar. During the process of simmering over low heat, a special fragrance came out. After the mold preparation is completed, the pink liquid is introduced little by little, and the white stone looks like a pink pulp in each jelly mold. This kind of pink fruit is the first batch of successfully cultivated products of Shiraishi tree fruit. It mainly has an excellent taste. The tender flesh of the fruit tastes very refreshing. Compared with the sand hidden in the hot summer, it is an extremely good fruit. The cute pink flesh is in the mold, and after it is covered bit by bit, Shiraishi puts it in the cold storage. In less than an hour, the cherry blossom jelly was formed in the mold. After placing it on the table, Shiraishi sprinkled pieces of petals and gold foil. To complete this special pink dessert. An exquisite dessert was placed in front of the two of them. Maki and Shirogakiji ate the jelly in front of them with great appetite. It must be said that the pink pulp and the jelly tasted very comfortable. Maki even ate 4 or 5 jelly in one go, but was finally stopped by Shiraishi. I still have a lot of staple food. If you eat too much jelly, it will affect your ability to eat later. Shiraishi frowned a little and nodded quickly. After looking at Jounin, I understand. I won't eat jelly randomly anymore. It's not like I won't give you food. There will be staple food after all. While eating Shiraishi's food, Shirogakiji was thinking about something. After the battle at Mount Kakayo, you should be able to be promoted to jounin, right? We have to wait for the Kazekage to return to the village. Mentioning Rasa, Shirogakiji sighed. If the third ninja war is not over, I'm afraid Kazekage-sama won't come back. Otherwise, if you make a few great achievements by then, he'll be punished by Kazekage. Here you go. Shiraishi and Rasa are in conflict, and Shirogakiji and Maki are clearly aware of it. Fortunately, Shiraishi's next generation Kazekage has gained momentum. Rasa does not have sufficient confidence and means to suppress Shiraishi, so he can only drag it out. The most embarrassing person in this turmoil is Yoshimaru. As Shiraishi's first teacher and Ilyusha's brother-in-law, his position is very awkward. He was even warned by Ilyusha several times not to get close to Shiraishi. Therefore, the main reason why Shiraishi rarely sees Yoshimaru in recent times is that Kazekage Rasa has been transferring Yoshimaru away, resulting in the two rarely getting together. While the cooking process was taking place, Shiraishi continued the process of unlocking cards as usual, and 3 purple cards of water skills were unlocked one by one in front of Shiraishi. In addition to being much more powerful than Bubbles, Boing's Aria can also cure the burning state, and even suppresses fire escape much better than ordinary water escape. Coupled with his increased proficiency in the bubble technique, Shiraishi quickly unlocked the bubble Aria point. Although this move is of the purple level, it has a good bonus effect when combined with his own mirage illusion technique. Although its destructive power alone is limited, it can develop more compound ninjutsu. During the unlocking process of a second purple card, the area where the card exists is an area block where water and fire attributes coexist. Water escape, but requires the cooperation of fire escape, an unexpected gain. The moment the skill is unlocked, it is set as an attribute combination ninjutsu by the glasses system. As the light of the card unlocking became more and more intense, the combined ninjutsu and steam explosion suddenly appeared in front of Shiraishi. It is a card with an independent area. You can directly master the learning. In fact, among the cards in Shiraishi's hand, there are many cards that require progressive skills to learn. For example, the trick of gravity, Shiraishi cannot start to learn until he has mastered teleportation and reached 100% proficiency. There are many similar skill cards, so skills with independent regional sections are extremely rare and precious except for the 3 purple cards. The remaining 5 cards are temporarily unusable after being unlocked. Reading www.uakenshu.net. Therefore, Shiraishi is very happy to find skills that can be used directly. Steam explodes, spraying hot steam towards the opponent. Sometimes it burns the opponent. At the same time, if the user has the ice escape ability of water and wind combination, he can also heal himself from the frozen state. The steam explosion of this compound attribute ninjutsu is exactly the same as the steam ninjutsu of the Five-Tails Jinkriki class. The Five-Tailed Jinkriki class, the jounin of the rock hidden village in the land of earth, has the five-tailed king sealed in his body. He is a tall man with an umbrella on his head, a brown mask on his mouth and a robe on his body. The tawny armor uses the power of manipulating steam to strengthen his physical skills for fighting, and also strengthens his strength and speed. He is known as the steam ninja. The normal state is jounin level combat power. If it enters the tailed beast mode, it is comparable to the shadow level destructive power. It is one of the several high-end combat powers in Iwagakure village. The other one is the four-tailed purple, the tail of the class. The development of beast abilities is richer and more difficult. The steam ability can also be combined with bubble illusion, which seems to be an explosion of character. The water escape skills of the two purple cards can perfectly match Shiraishi's illusion, and even make his offense and defense stronger. The last purple card, the progress bar, was unlocked little by little. Compared with the slow progress bar, when it was originally unlocked, Shiraishi's chakra volume is now very abundant. After unlocking it very easily, he couldn't help but be moved by the skills that appeared. In the virtual video, projected by the skill, blue-white light fills the sky and shines on the earth, shining out crazily. This is, although it is a purple level, it is a separate area skill like green flame, sand collection, and steam explosion. The amount of chakra consumed was terrifying. In addition to mastering the water attribute, you also need to have the change of yin attribute chakra properties. Chapter 95, Root Fluctuation. The purple level skill Root Wave is a special light attack method. Although it has an independent skill area, it is very difficult to practice this kind of water escape. In the current ninja world system, escape techniques such as water escape and light escape are not common. It took a long time to deduce the simulation video after modification and calculation in the glasses system. To practice and simulate the root fluctuations, it is not enough to master the water attribute chakra. You also need to master the changes of the yin attribute chakra. The power of yin, which originates from the spiritual energy of imagination, creates form from nothing. The power of yang, which originates from the physical energy of life, gives life to form. The attributes of yin and yang are the same as those of wind, fire, water, and earth, and are changes in chakra attributes. They are different from the concepts of future yin and yang escape and the power of yin and yang. They are just changes in chakra attributes. Konoha has a deeper concept of practicing and mastering the attributes of yin and yang. After all, there are many occult families with various types, and the relevant research materials are also complete, which is much weaker than Sunagakure. The secret technique of the Nera family is somewhat similar to the root wave, except that one uses shadow as a mold, and the other uses sea water as a mold. Judging from the limited information, the cultivation of yin and yang attribute chakra requires some special methods. However, although there is relevant information on Sunagakure, if you really want to practice the changes of yin and yang attribute chakra, in addition to asking for help from the big family, Orochimaru is the only one left. Orochimaru possesses information about changes in yin and yang chakra attributes and natural energy, but trading and contacting Orochimaru is not a simple matter. The practice of root fluctuation can only be temporarily suppressed. At present, the main thing is to integrate Boing's aria and steam explosion into his own water escape technique. It has to be said that Shiraishi found that he was very close to the second generation Mizukage, and their techniques and abilities were very similar. In the next period of time, Shiraishi spent most of his time in the ninja school, debugging a series of products due to the weakening of the wind shadow in the school. Most of the facilities and sites have been idle. Therefore, Shiraishi has set up multiple laboratories. In one of the laboratories, a special test is being conducted today. In the dark passage, Shiraishi, who was wearing a white coat and testing with several assistants, was holding a piece of information to record, and then motioned to the assistants to turn on the dragon-shaped engraving device. In the center of the laboratory, 3 small 3-way mirrors are suspended, collecting and analyzing a large amount of data. As the main supercomputer in this world, the second generation Kazekage developed the subsequent derivative devices of the Fei Huang mirror. These Lihuang mirrors were deprived of the puppet control function by Shiraishi, and instead comprehensively strengthened computing testing point. The electrical components were put into the device, and as the light from the three-sided mirror continued to shine, a brilliant and dazzling light was produced. Soon, a dragon-shaped device below was slowly activated. After a large amount of raw materials were put in, under the illumination of the Lihuang mirror, the two regeneration cores in the dragon's eye suddenly activated, transforming into a pair of unique eyes. Under the dim red light, they instantly spit out detonating symbols. Success. Detonating talisman engraving. After this period of hard research and development, the Shiraishi team finally completed the detonating talisman engraving device. This is also the first successful test product of the Shiraishi research team in a long time. The so-called detonating talisman engravings have always been developed in villages in various countries, but these devices are similar to printing technology and cooperate with the user to inject chakra point. Although such a crude detonating talisman is fast to produce, its power effect is very weak. During the Battle of Kakayo Mountain, the detonating talisman used by Sunagakure was this inferior copy of the detonating talisman, which had limited destructive power generally. The detonating charms carried by jounin are basically infused with chakra or even made of high quality goods by themselves, so the power of the explosion is incomparable. During the battle at Mount Kakayo, Sunagakure consumed 10 billion detonating charms in one breath, almost squandering all the strategic materials that Sunagakure had hoarded in the past 2 years. Under such circumstances, the detonating charms on the battlefield in the Apocalypse Mountains in Shirogakure were very nervous. This device of the Shiraishi team relies on the regenerative core principle, provided by the red sand scorpion, to activate the most critical chakra injection issue in the printing process, raising the quality of the detonating talisman to a higher level. In the next 10 days or so, the Beishi team worked overnight and quickly produced the first batch of stockpiles. Captain, these detonating symbols. The tree man of Bidao was wearing a purple robe today, and he still walked gracefully, but now he couldn't care less about his ladylike image. When he saw the detonating symbols on the ground in front of him, his eyes suddenly lit up. You printed them all? How long did it take? A week. In just 1 week, 1 million detonating charms have been produced. There are 20,000 detonating talismans in a box. There are more than 50 boxes on site, with about 1 million detonating talismans. Bidao Shuren quickly calculated the price of a box of detonating talismans, and tested the power of the detonating talismans. The power of the explosion is very strong. At least it is much better than the traditional detonating charms produced by small workshops in the past, and is comparable to the detonating charms produced in Konoha. The sales, transportation and control of detonating talismans used to be in the hands of Sunagakure's logistics team, but they were all self-sufficient. However, after the Battle of Mount Kakayo, when Sunagakure's inventory was obviously insufficient, Sunagakure also began to purchase from some small workshops in terms of the Bidao family's trade channels. The main cooperation partners are the country of rain, the country of fire and other overseas countries, and the local business of the country of wind is rarely involved. But now the situation is a good opportunity to make a lot of money in the arms trade. In the arms trade, the daimyo could not interfere with the ninja village, and it was generally in the hands of the Kazekage or the elders. However, Shiraishi's current background allowed him to get involved in this industry. Shiraishi doesn't care how the Bidao family handles these detonating symbols. He is very short of money now. The research and development and debugging of various equipment require a lot of money. The printing of detonating symbols is also a good opportunity to make a wave of arms business. Konoha should be in great need of these basic detonating talismans. Shirogakure is also currently stocking up on detonating talismans. It seems to be influenced by Mount Kakayo. There are also the countries of Rain and Tang. During the Third Ninja War, every village is preparing for the war. Conventional military supplies such as detonating charms are naturally hot-selling products. The Kitajima family has been coveting this industry for a long time, but their own production capacity has never been able to keep up. Now it seems that Shiraishi seems. Is there any way to create so many detonating talismans that would suddenly activate the minds of the tree people in North Island? You reading www.okanshu.net Captain, are you interested in establishing a joint venture with the Bideo family to build a factory specifically for large-scale manufacturing of detonating charms? Shiraishi was a little moved by Bideo's suggestion. Now he is not afraid that the Bideo family will see through the secret of his device. After all, the regenerative core is the most cutting-edge technological product of the Red Sand Scorpion, and ordinary ninjas have no way of seeing through its secrets. In addition, Shiraishi also set special seals inside the 2 regeneration cores. Once the restriction is triggered, the green flames hidden directly inside will blow up everything. However, Shiraishi also has another concern, which is that he cooperates too closely with the Kitajima family. Although Explosive Talisman Industry is currently establishing a joint venture to build a factory and everyone makes money together, Shiraishi does not want to be completely tied to the same tank with the Kitajima family. Being pushed by them all day long to do such boring things as developing secret techniques on the human body really gave Shiraishi a headache. But Bideo is a little confused as to why Captain Shiraishi, who is talking to him today, always feels different from usual, as if because of the temptation of the North Island Tree Man's chakra. Shiraishi's eyes suddenly turned red, and his eyeballs seemed to have a special reaction. A large amount of data analysis simulation appeared on the projection in the blood-red pupils. This is obviously not an ordinary naked eye, but a device. Under the scarlet gaze, Bideo was frightened, and took a step back. Don't be afraid, it's just a clone. A puppet clone with glowing eyes? This captain is becoming more and more opaque. PS. Thank you editor, this is my second time on Sanjiang. Anyway, I'm very grateful for your support and efforts. The countdown has begun. For the last 2 weeks of free chapters, I will still keep updating at a speed of 4,000 words a day. Thank you for your support. I need recommendations and support in the new week. I will continue to ask for votes and support. Thank you all. HMM. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Human Puppet Clone. The regeneration cores currently developed by Shiraishi are all made based on one's own chakra. Since chakra contains one's own mental power and will, the regeneration core also contains a certain amount of Shiraishi's consciousness. The human puppet of the Red Sand Scorpion has always used the chakra of the deceased as a core to develop a regeneration core. The chakra is introduced into the regeneration core to give the puppet certain abilities in front of the deceased. There is a special sealing array in the regeneration core, which is used to erase the consciousness of the chakra user. If this sealing array is abandoned, it is very likely that the human puppet will have its own consciousness. According to the Red Sand Scorpion's transformation ideas, it will be impossible to turn himself into a human puppet in the future. The human puppet is essentially similar to various clone techniques, which are the transfer of chakra consciousness. Therefore, in view of this characteristic, Shiraishi made his own regeneration core and abandoned the consciousness sealing device. This is equivalent to creating a clone of yourself. Once the human puppet is destroyed, the chakra consciousness will return to its own body. However, a certain degree of connection between skills and seals is still needed. Compared with a gemstone regeneration core on the glove, Shiraishi's newly created regeneration core is a meatball type regeneration core. These products are configured based on their own flesh and blood, and the energy of the regeneration core is introduced into the meatball. The regeneration core of the eyeball is Shiraishi's specially made crystal regeneration core. The bright red diamond version is connected with the flesh ball regeneration core to create a complete human puppet posture. This human puppet body is completely connected to Shiraishi's original consciousness, and its thoughts and actions are highly unified. It is equivalent to an upgraded version of the clone, similar to a shadow clone to be precise. In addition, Shiraishi also installed the calculation surface of the Lihuan mirror on the human puppet's brain to calculate and assist the regeneration of the nuclear eyes, including chakra perception and judgment. At present, Shiraishi has created a total of 5 human puppet clones. At present, they can only perform simple network connections, which is still a little behind the big data connection he envisioned, but this step is also a good start point. Although he was a clone, Benideo looked at Shiraishi with scholar eyes and instinctively took a few steps back in fear regarding the arms trade of detonating symbols. I will entrust both parties to establish a factory and conduct joint production. You can take the relevant sharing agreement back to discuss with the Bideo family. Okay. Several months have passed since Shiraishi stayed in the village. During this period, thanks to the help of human puppet clones, the main task of the main body is to practice, and the development and improvement of steam explosion related techniques has been basically completed. In addition, Shiraishi's tree fruits began to grow little by little, gradually causing a violent response in the country of the wind. In addition, the new tinged he created was also extremely popular and became the most important trade material exported by the Bideo family to various countries. The interface of the tree fruit system is still very simple. After a simple extraction, most of the tree fruits planted by Beishi are used for fruit purposes. Some of the tree fruits with other uses are actually not delicious. The delicious ones are of no use, but they can make money. The useful ones taste terrible. Even if they are made into Binglian pills, they are hard to swallow, and they even taste spicy, leading to the development of special medicinal tree fruits. New pharmaceuticals are mainly developed at the Shiraishi Research Institute. At the same time, the most important thing during this period was the factory jointly opened by the Kitajima family and Shiraishi to manufacture large-scale detonating charms. The output was sold to various countries. It must be said that the business was booming. After all, the quality of this kind of detonating charms was very good, and it was very useful for some small countries. It's very attractive. Hanzo from a Megacure village asked the Kitajima family for their order for 1 billion detonating talismans. It was obvious that after the Battle of Kakayo Mountain, all countries began to learn this combat model to fight. After a period of wrangling between the elders and the Kazekage's office, the letter of appointment for Shiraishi to be promoted to jounin was finally handed over to Shiraishi. The main force of Sunagakure that participated in the Battle of Kakayo Mountain has been transferred to the Apocalypse Mountains by Rasa, and the main forces of each family have returned to Sunagakure village, including the Yamaji family. However, Shanjiling's current focus is still on the development of the new Oasis Ring area. The extremely luxurious manor stand on the plateau oasis above the hidden sand desert. All kinds of luxury goods are constantly transported to this area. The originally small oasis area was forcibly transformed into a very comfortable environment by the ninjas of various families using ninjutsu. As a result, the sandstorm problem in Sunagakure village has become more serious. The village residents' perception of these large families has also become worse, and the reputation of the Fourth Kazekage has also become extremely bad. The family's spokespersons have been getting even more insults. In particular, the ninjas who retired from the Battle of Kakayo Mountain returned to the battlefield of the Apocalypse Mountains, making it clear that they wanted these civilian ninjas to be cannon fodder. Hishinome and his 3-person team were also transferred to the Apocalypse Mountains, but Shiraishi himself was left idle in the village. When Shiraishi was promoted to jounin, a new mission came with it, A-level mission. As the person in charge of the public school, Shiraishi was assigned the first task by the Kazekage, which was to take a group of students to Konaguni to carry out support and construction tasks with Konoha. The country of Sichuan. Shiraishi is no stranger to this country. Even except for the Land of Wind, most Sunagakure ninjas are familiar with this country. As a buffer country between the country of fire and the country of wind, the country of Sichuan is surrounded by vast nature. Not to mention wartime, the two great powers often establish secret bases here during peacetime. To be precise, the geographical location of Mount Kikayo is within the territory of Sichuan country, but neither of the two major countries paid much attention to this small country, and wars raged indiscriminately in Sichuan country. Of course, compared to the Kingdom of Rain, which borders the 3 kingdoms of Earth, Wind, and Fire, the Kingdom of Sichuan is a little bit lucky. Now that the war has subsided, both the Fire country and the Wind country must offer condolences and comfort to the Sichuan country. Konoha sent out Hyuga Hisashi, while Sunagakure sent out Black Mist Shiraishi. The so-called support for construction is nothing more than attending an opening ceremony. According to Shiraishi's understanding, it is just a show. Orochimaru has built several secret bases here. Reading www.ukanshu.net, he sent a private message saying that he is waiting to meet you in one of the secret bases in Ibizo's office. The old man was flipping through the documents while telling Shiraishi's true mission as envoy to Konaguni. Currently, we need some information results that Orochimaru has mastered. Orochimaru's purpose is not yet clear, but it may be related to the techniques you have mastered. These are the chips we are preparing to exchange with Orochimaru, and you have the right to use them as bargaining chips. Ibizo laughed dryly. In fact, he knew very well that Shiraishi also had many things to ask Orochimaru for help, so he hoped that Shiraishi could help obtain some necessary information from Orochimaru. The problem of Orochimaru is very difficult now. Although Konoha issued a wanted order for him, they did not bother to pursue him at all. Sunagakure was worried about Konoha's attitude and could not do anything to Orochimaru. In addition, he was already a shadow level strongman, and he was being alone is really troublesome to deal with. These information are the results of Sunagakure's past research. Many of them are information that Shiraishi has never seen before, but they are all sealed and cannot be easily opened. In addition, there may be some people in Karakura who are resistant to us, so you don't have to worry about it. We must not let go of our thunderous methods. We are Sunagakure, who is forcing Konoha to negotiate peace. Karakuni must correct its attitude. Konoha agreed to divide the 25 districts in the southern part of Kono-Kuni to us? Shiraishi asked, obviously knowing one of the core contents of the negotiation between Sunagakure and Konoha. The country of Koa is as rich as Konoha. It has always been the protector of Konoha in the past. Now it finally forced Konoha to agree and divide part of the interests of Koa country. To Sunagakure. Mentioning this matter, Ibizo chuckled. I only agreed to divide 13 districts, but these together account for 1/10 of the land area of the kingdom of Sichuan. I will temporarily borrow the kingdom of Wind for 50 years. Chapter 97. Intruder. In Beisha's research room, 5 human puppet clones are undergoing the next step of testing. After improving the analysis interface in Lihuang Mirror, a special auxiliary computing device was successfully simulated. More than a dozen giant mirrors are hovering in mid-air, constantly projecting array symbols and calculation systems, symbolizing the process of forming the first intelligent auxiliary computing device in the ninja world. According to Shiraishi's vision, there is a need for a device with sufficient analysis and calculation assistance in battle, so Shiraishi established a calculation and analysis area in his own research room. The memory stored in the glasses system allowed Shiraishi to extract a lot of useful knowledge. Among them, the technological level of the other world, where the first master lived, was far superior to this era. According to some of the theories, Shiraishi used the unique magic principles of this world to simulate an intelligent auxiliary supercomputer under the projection of a large number of mirrors. Through the Shiraishi chakra in the regeneration core, it is connected to the mind of Shiraishi's body, and simple auxiliary calculations can be performed. At the same time, a small gemstone regeneration core was injected into the pupil of Shiraishi's right eye. A small 6-grip device pulled Shiraishi's eyelids apart. A small drill-like instrument slowly penetrated Shiraishi's pupil. The painful area was so numb that Shiraishi gritted his teeth. Soon, a very small red diamond was introduced into the eyeball, quickly integrated with the chakra in Shiraishi's body. It was originally the regeneration core supplied by Shiraishi's own chakra, and it was once again integrated with Shiraishi's body. The function of this gem regeneration core is similar to that of the regeneration cores on the pupils of several human puppet clones, except that Shiraishi himself uses this one with more comprehensive functions, mainly to quickly capture and record his opponents according to the projection of the regenerative core in the pupil to the super auxiliary computer. Various aspects of the opponent's abilities can be deduced. At the same time, the seal sequence and chakra flow can be deciphered and then fed back to Shiraishi's own brain for information processing. Since there are 5 Taiwanese puppet clones, a large amount of logistical information processing is completed by them. Shiraishi can almost receive the data content of its own calculations and deductions in just a few seconds. This kind of data pupil can also effectively prevent Shiraishi from being exposed to some particularly powerful illusions. in the previous battle with the Kurama family, if the moon bat had not assisted him. Otherwise Shiraishi would have been suppressed by the Kurama family in terms of illusions. However, the moon bat's fighting time relying on its own spirit is limited, and after experiencing that loss, the moon bat has been sleeping in its own spiritual world and has not yet awakened. In order to avoid encountering stronger illusion opponents next time, Shiraishi developed this regenerative core gem pupil. Looking at the bright red light in his pupils in the mirror, Shiraishi quickly put on his glasses to hide it all. On the other hand, the new engraving device built by Shiraishi Research Laboratory has been transferred to the Katajima family. After learning that Shiraishi had the ability to engrave detonating talismans on a large scale, the Katajima family's enthusiasm was directly ignited, and a large factory was built on the border of Koeniguni. With their careful placement of the machinery and equipment manufactured by Shiraishi, the project started successfully. The first detonating talisman was engraved. The cost of detonating talismans is not high, but the price remains high due to speculation by interested people. Taking this into consideration, the Bideo family does not want to quickly impact the existing market and lead to hostility from all parties, so they can only enter the arms trade of various countries slowly and steadily. They even contacted the trade channels of several major northern countries and expressed their willingness to cooperate with each other. After all, although the Katajima family has some influence around the Kingdom of Wind, they are still just ordinary merchants in the ninja world. During the test, Bideo Shuren picked up the newly engraved detonation talisman and showed a surprised look. Several other senior members of the Bideo family behind him also had happy faces seeing their excitement. Shiraishi's mood was very stable. For him, these were just a channel to increase his wealth and income. Shitao, will there be any danger in this trip to the Sichuan Congress? At Shiraishi's house, Jounin sorted out a large amount of spare clothes and gave them to Shiraishi. Then he was a little worried and confused. After all, it used to be a vassal state of Konoha, and now it has been split into so many territories. It is obvious that Konogoku has strong hostility towards Sunagakure. There is no ninja village in Koenokuni, so there is no need to worry. Their ninja family has long been absorbed into Konoha and become part of it. Hey, there used to be ninja villages in the land of Sichuan. Well, but in the early days of Konoha's establishment, the village of Konoha was destroyed by Uchiha Madara. Then most of the ninja families in the country defected to Konoha. Several advisors in Konoha's elders had their ancestors' hometowns come from the country of Koa. In the early days of Konoha's establishment, Uchiha Madara acted as a ruthless and black-faced existence, destroying the surrounding small country ninja villages everywhere, while other Konoha factions appeared as saviors and absorbed them into the Konoha family. This kind of role switching continues to this day, and the Third Hokage and Shimura Danzo are the continuation of this style. Taking the blame has always been disliked. Once it is no longer useful, it will be ruthlessly abandoned by the rulers to quell public dissatisfaction. Shimura Danzo wanted to be Hokage all his life because he really worked hard for Konoha, and he was responsible for all kinds of dirty things. Such a cool official character may only become a victim used by the new Hokage to win people's hearts in the future. What's more, the next generation of Hokage must be the third generation of one line. How can it be Danzo's turn? Orochimaru colluded with Danzo, perhaps violating the taboo of the Third Hokage, and the battle for the throne was basically clear. Just when Shiraishi sent away the scroll and was about to rest, suddenly the pupils under the corners of his eyes flashed with a different light. There is an intruder in the research room. A large number of detection devices are installed in various research rooms of the ninja public school. Since the regeneration core system was introduced, Shiraishi's own perception has been integrated with everything, so when an intruder appears, Shiraishi will quickly detect it. The giant computing device is operating, and all the regenerative nuclear monitoring devices in the school are locked, and all the basic information of the 6 invading ninjas is locked. There are 3 jounin level chakras, and the other 3 chakras belong to the elite Chunin level, and their body muscles are very strong, and they are taijutsu ninjas. The chakra attributes are a mixture of wind and earth, and he has a certain ability to control sand. According to judgment, he should belong to the jounin of the Iroquois family. As night fell, the 3 jounins of the Iroquois family, headed by Erishi Iroquois, signaled the 5 companions to enter the research room from different angles to find the information they needed, this time point to be precise. What the Iroquois family spied on was the engraved detonation talisman device developed by Shiraishi in order to find out the secret of the detonating talisman. Engraving device. UU Reading www.ukanshu.net. Iroquois Rakata even did not hesitate to offend Shiraishi and the group of elders, and sent a team of 6 of the most elite members of the family to go to Shiraishi school to find out. Point deep in the school corridor, a person with the same face as Shiraishi slowly walked out of the dark place in the deepest part of the school. Point with the help of the regenerative nuclear monitoring system. Shiraishi has already locked onto the intruder from multiple angles. Currently, this human puppet is connected to his own consciousness and is heading towards the direction of the intruder with a silver knife in hand and the sound of rustling footsteps. Discovered. Iroquois. Shiraishi has a very strong sense of perception. At least when the chakra around him began to flow abnormally, he knew clearly that his and others' behavior had been discovered. Prepare to force a breakthrough. In an instant, Shiraishi's eyes revealed a fierce gaze, and countless sand and dust rolled in from the surrounding area, quickly covering the corridor. At this time, Shiraishi was about to step out of his house, but he saw Rakata appearing on the roadside at some point, waiting for him for a long time. Black Mist Beishi, do you have time to drink a glass of turbid wine with me? Pushing up his glasses, Shiraishi seemed to be telling a cold joke. I'm not an adult yet, so I can't drink. The two were silent for a moment. Seeing that the old fox on the opposite side did not answer, Shiraishi spoke again. Sent people to sneak into the school laboratory. Now that you are here as the dignified head of the Iroquois family, are you planning to stop me? You can deal with the intruders in the laboratory as you wish. The Iroquois family has no shortage of such stupid and incompetent people. The unexpected answer showed that Iroquois Rakata did not care about the life or death of the 6 ninjas in his family. Point abandoned son, or kill someone with a borrowed knife, or is it that Iroquois Rakata used the lives of these 6 people in exchange for the opportunity to cooperate? For a moment, Shiraishi thought quickly and analyzed the significance of Iroquois Rakata's actions. Chapter 98. Iroquois. The news that the Kitajima family sells detonating talisman arms has already attracted the attention of the Iroquois family. Compared with the Yamaji family, one of the main industries of the Iroquois family is various trade channels, and arms trade is also one of them. After several days of investigation, it was discovered that the Kitajima family was cooperating with Shiraishi, and the Iroquois family could no longer sit still. So they launched this latent operation. Iroquois Shiraishi is Iroquois Rakata's nephew and Iroquois Meru's cousin. Although he is only a member of the branch family, Iroquois Shiraishi's abilities and qualities are top notch in the entire family. At the age of 18, he has already reached the level of jounin. Iroquois Shiraishi, who mainly uses sand control techniques, has extremely good perception ability, so when the human puppet is activated, he can quickly sense Shiraishi's chakra fluctuations. At this moment, Iroquois Shiraishi quickly formed a seal, and the endless sand rushed in crazily. There was a loud explosion, and the sky was full of black fog blocking the invasion of sand and dust. The fog and dust mixed together. At the same time, Shiraishi came with heavy footsteps. Several taijutsu jounin from the Iroquois family looked at each other and quickly rushed in with their swords. Come forward, you two, don't be impulsive. While the silver sword was blocking the 2 swords, Shiraishi blasted out a wave with one hand, instantly knocking them back. While the regenerative core's eyes were firmly locked on the opponent, auxiliary computing devices perform rapid analysis and information collection. According to the intelligence, Black Mist White Stone is still at home, so the Black Mist White Stone appearing here should be a clone or something like that. Iroquois Shiraishi analyzed and judged very calmly. At this time, the black mist turned into 2 smoke snakes and bit them hard. Iroquois Shiraishi quickly took a step back. Under the subtle change of sand control, multiple sand shields appeared around him, blocking Shiraishi's attack. Unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Compared to Iroquois Meru, Iroquois Shiraishi is very outstanding in ability and strength. For a while, Shiraishi was surprised that the Iroquois family still had such a powerful young man. Sent people to sneak into the school laboratory, and now you are here as the dignified head of the Iroquois family. Are you planning to stop me? Regarding Shiraishi's words. Iroquois Akita responded calmly, you can deal with the intruders in the laboratory as you wish. For the Iroquois family, there is no shortage of such stupid and incompetent people. Iroquois Akita seemed not to care about the life and death of Iroquois Shiraishi and others, and motioned for Shiraishi to enter a small courtyard with him. Dozens of slaves in gorgeous clothes carried a large amount of exquisite and unique food and wine in front of them. It doesn't matter even if I kill them. Shiraishi was curious, and felt that Iroquois Akita didn't care about these people's lives or deaths. Naturally, if you can get the detonating charm trade channel, the Iroquois family's goal is to detonate the talisman trade. Although it does not exceed Shiraishi's expectations, is this indifference to the life and death of subordinates a way to show themselves the authority of the big family? The two sat side by side. Iroquois Akita picked up a glass of wine and drank it himself. The Kitajima family cooperates too frequently and closely with you, which is not a good thing for you. Iroquois Akita saw that Shiraishi was silent and continued to think about himself. The Iroquois family has stronger channels that the Kitajima family does not have. Our arms trade can even go directly to the two ninja villages of Konoha and Shirogakure. Don't you mind Yamaji Riko? She still needs to grow up. When it comes to his niece, Iroquois Akita doesn't care what she thinks. This time's cooperation with the detonator is not so much that the Iroquois family is greedy for the interests of Shiraishi's arms trade, but it is actually a gesture to buffer the conflicts between the two parties. The situation of the fourth Kazekage Rasa, as well as the strength of Shiraishi and the elder group, made Iroquois Akita consider another possibility, that is, the fall of the Kazekage. And where will the three sand escapes go? It is not in the interests of the Iroquois family to continue to choose to completely oppose the elder group like Riko Yamaji. As a patriarch of a large family, he considers the survival of the entire family, so sending an appropriate signal of relaxation to Shiraishi is one of his goals. Seeing Shiraishi's silence, Iroquois Akita suddenly asked, what is the strength of these 6 people? They are all very good ninjas. Iroquois Shiraishi is very strong. At least now it will take a certain amount of time for the human puppet Shiraishi to capture him. The remaining 5 people will cooperate with each other to fight, which also makes Shiraishi's clone quite troublesome. However, their failure is also a matter of time. The regenerative nuclear surveillance system cooperates with Shiraishi's black mist technique and other people's puppets to fight. I'm afraid that the winner will be determined in a while, so as a human puppet, it is also a very good material for your excellency. Iroquois Akita's words made even Shiraishi feel horrified. He never expected that the head of the Iroquois family would say these words. You specially sent materials to me. Shiraishi frowned. He didn't understand Iroquois Akita's brain circuit. If Your Excellency did not discover them, it means that their mission was successful, but now that Your Excellency has noticed, their remaining value is the material used as human puppets. Iroquois Akita doesn't care about the life or death of Iroquois Shiraishi and others. For him, Iroquois Shiraishi is just a member of the branch family after all. No matter how amazing his talent is, he can be sacrificed at will. This is the sincerity of the Iroquois family's cooperation, but it is not something Shiraishi can accept, the fact that they sacrifice family members at will. I am not a red sand scorpion, and I don't have a producer puppet habit. Regarding cooperation, in fact, I welcome anyone to participate in the detonating talisman trade. The business of detonating talismans was not something that the Kitajima family could afford. Shiraishi actually welcomed such cooperation from the Iroquois family, but contacting him in this way would overly complicate a simple matter. Reading www.ukanshu.net. The cooperation was tentatively finalized, but Shiraishi did not directly provide the device and equipment for imprinting detonating symbols. Instead, he transferred the existing finished goods to the Iroquois family for sale. After all, compared to the Kitajima family, the Iroquois family is a big family, and Shiraishi is not at all confident about entering into in-depth cooperation with them. As for the Iroquois family, they are also very satisfied with this result. As a big family, it is their nature to make multifaceted investments and bets. Iroquois Akita believes that he can live for more than 1,000 generations, and Ibizo and the others will have enough time to plan for the future. Point in the ninja public school, the battle situation is getting more and more dangerous. Iroquois Shiraishi becomes more and more frightened as he fights. Shiraishi's chakra seems to be endless. Black mist technique keeps emerging. As the thick fog around him rolls up, he feels a hint of despair. The 5 of you retreat first, and I will stay behind alone. The mission was bound to fail, and Iroquois Shiraishi had no choice. During the process of activating the special secret technique, by forming seals with his hands, special energy fluctuations appeared all over his body. The sand and dust beneath our feet began to stir again, boiling and rolling. It's the secret method of overdrafting the human body's potential, just for the Iroquois family. Shiraishi has not spoken so far in the battle. When he saw Iroquois Shiraishi taking special medicine and then fighting with a tenacious posture, Shiraishi asked with emotion, "I'm just trying to buy enough time for my companions." Iroquois Shiraishi gasped and activated the secret technique. The surrounding sand and dust once again condensed into a giant hand, attacking Shiraishi in a tragic gesture. However, he saw the silver knife suddenly slash out and cut off the sand hand. Just as the Beishi puppet turned around, its body was suddenly surrounded by countless sand dust and turned into a giant sand tower. Trap sealing technique. Unexpectedly, Iroquois Shiraishi's sealing technique is also extremely good. Chapter 99. Changing situation. Iroquois Shiraishi abandoned all sealing techniques and instantly sealed the Shiraishi puppet in a special sand tower. But at this moment, a powerful burst of steam energy quickly exploded the sand tower. Amidst the chaotic airflow, the human puppet Shiraishi slowly stepped out of the sealed area and looked at Iroquois Shiraishi with a tired face in front of him. It's because of the bond of family that you persist until now. The devil who killed 3,000 companions. Does the concept of companions exist? During the battle at Mount Kikayo, many big families including Iroquois claimed that Shiraishi encouraged Ibizo to plan this battle at Mount Kikayo. Therefore, in the eyes of some people, Shiraishi was a demon who would do anything to win over the Kazekage. The cruelty of war is not as simple as you imagine. If Sunagakure needs it in the future, I will make the same choice as them. While Shiraishi was speaking, he punched sideways, but saw Iroquois Shiraishi projecting several kunai in his hand, cutting off Shiraishi's offensive. At the same time, he controlled countless fine sands and tried to restrain Shiraishi again, but was resolved by the powerful steam around him. It has to be said that Iroquois Shiraishi is very strong. At least after a series of fierce battles, part of the body of the Shiraishi puppet was severely damaged. It was meaningless for both sides to fight to this point. In order to buy enough time for his companions, Iroquois Shiraishi held a kunai and attached countless detonating talismans on his body and attacked Shiraishi after the thick fog dispersed in a posture of death. The knife flashed in an instant. Just before the detonating talisman was successfully detonated, Shiraishi stabbed his chest with the knife, pouring strong electric energy into it, quickly numbing his whole body. As the electric current penetrated all the cells in his body, Iroquois couldn't bear the blow and fell unconscious. When the silver sword penetrated Iroquois, Shiraishi wanted to kill the intruder in front of him with one strike. However, recalling that this Iroquois family was a bit of a strange ninja, Shiraishi instinctively avoided the vital point. Whenever he used the sword, a person who values his companions probably shouldn't die here. Maybe he was naive, but Shiraishi didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Thinking of this, Shiraishi turned on the electric energy and paralyzed Iroquois Shiraishi and fell down. Picking up the silver knife in his hand, Shiraishi slowly put it back into the scabbard, reflecting the cold light. The words of the Shirogakiji family about sheathing the knife were still in his ears. Although Iroquois Shiraishi was not killed, how to deal with this person was still very troublesome. Shiraishi didn't kill Iroquois Shiraishi, but it didn't mean that he wanted to keep this person by his side. Just when Shiraishi was still struggling, the time had reached dawn unknowingly, and at the same time, outside the door of the research room, the Iroquois family messenger had appeared to visit Shiraishi. Mr. Shiraishi, this is the apology gift that the head of the family ordered us to send. 5 small wooden boxes were placed in front of Shiraishi. The faint smell of blood made Shiraishi instinctively uncomfortable. He vaguely guessed what was in these 5 wooden boxes. This is the sincerity of the family owner. At the same time as Beishi spoke, an invisible whirlwind swept out. After opening the lids of the 5 wooden boxes, 5 bloody human heads appeared in front of Beishi. These people were all Arakawa Arashi's companions last night, but they were executed by Arakawa Akita in the name of colluding with traitors from other villages. Their heads were then sent to Shiraishi to express the Arakawa family's sincerity and cooperation. Several envoys from the Arakawa family looked at the heads of the 5 branch members with expressionless faces and nodded without any change in expression on their faces. Jiro, Shuppei, a heartbreaking roar sounded, and Arakawa Arashi, who had woken up, saw the heads in 5 wooden boxes. He fell into a state of madness, and even several envoys of the Arakawa family were startled. They never thought that Arakawa Arashi would be alive. After all, this courageous Shiraishi was the murderer who slaughtered some ninjas of the Yamaji family and shed their blood into rivers last time. Why didn't he deal with Arakawa Arashi? In what name were they executed? Being stared at by Arakawa Arashi, several of the Arakawa family envoys were instinctively afraid to take a step back. They are colluding with the enemy and becoming traitorous ninjas. Arakawa Arashi looked at the 5 familiar heads in front of him. His whole body was shaking. He never expected that the Arakawa family would use such means to repay the few of them. It was not terrible to be punished for failing the mission, but being labeled as an enemy and a treasonous ninja. He could not accept the punishment of dying without knowing why. You guys go back first. The atmosphere at the scene was very tense. At this time, Shiraishi's words made several Arakawa family envoys breathe a sigh of relief and fled. Shiraishi didn't want to know too much about the behavior and grievances of the big family. If Arakawa Arashi didn't want to become a traitor and be hunted by Sunagakure all over the world, he had only one choice left. From the beginning to the end, Arakawa Arashi and Shiraishi had almost no unnecessary communication. Although he was disheartened by the Arakawa family, it did not mean that he planned to throw himself into the arms of Shiraishi now. He was still quite disgusted with Black Mist Shiraishi. Do you really want to recommend him to join the covered mobile team? In the office of the Elder Council, Ibizo looked at Shiraishi's recommendation letter and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Kurogashi Shiraishi will also be soft-hearted. Arakawa Arashi's ability to survive from Shiraishi's hands was also an incredible thing in Ibizo's eyes. Shiraishi briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter, but Ibizo did not shirk and agreed to the matter. The so-called covered mobile team is a special team established by the senior leaders of the Anbu under the authority of the Elder Council. It is mainly responsible for intelligence collection and will also go to other countries to perform tasks. Shiraishi is about to go on a mission to the kingdom of Sichuan and plans to settle this matter before leaving the kingdom of Sichuan. In recent times, Shirogakure movements have been very strange. Although they, like Iwagakure, are mainly attacking Konoha, the movements on the border of Sunagakure are getting louder and louder. Although Shirogakure and Sunagakure are far apart, it does not mean that they have no actions and ideas. After all, Shirogakure has always regarded the coastal countries as his sphere of influence. The 13 districts in the south of Koa country are all located along the coast. Reading www.okanshu.net is also where Shirogakure coveted in the past. The Third Kazekage is very sophisticated in his work. Handing over the 13 districts of Koakakure to Sunagakure is equivalent to deepening the conflict between Shirogakure and Sunagakure. Therefore, Shirogakure's ninjas appear more frequently on the west coast of Sunagakure and around the 13th district. Over there at the Apocalypse Mountains, the Kazekage suffered a disastrous defeat. Ibizo's expression changed drastically after receiving the latest battle report. A fiasco. Ever since the disastrous victory in the Battle of Kakayo Mountain and the relief of Sanjakure's crisis, Rata began to commit suicide. He believed that the Third Kazekage was not in the Apocalypse Mountains period, so it was the best time to conquer Iwagakure's sphere of influence in one go. So regardless of Chiyo's objections, he led the army directly into the Apocalypse Mountains. As a result, on the trail that had been used for the joint Chunin examination, he was ambushed by the Third Kazekage Inoki, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki squadron, and the 4-tailed Jinchuriki Laozi. It must be said that this ambush was brutal. Almost all of Sunagakure's army was wiped out. Many outstanding companions died here. Rasa was also seriously injured and vomited blood and fainted. Later, thanks to Chiyo's support using the white secret skill, Kazekage and Remnant were rescued troops. To avoid greater losses, Inoki was also an old fox. He knew full well that Sunagakure would cause trouble by carrying out a sneak attack from behind when he turned his main force to attack Konoha, so he took advantage of the situation and set up this ambush trap, and the 4th Kazekage Rasa suffered heavy losses. Because of this fiasco, the situation of Sunagakure became precarious again. Because Mount Kikayo and Apocalypse Mountain were consumed twice in a row, Sunagakure no longer had much power to compete with other ninja villages, but the sale of Konoha to the 13th district south of Sunagakure is equivalent to triggering Shiragakure's side to take action. If Konoha hadn't been overwhelmed and needed the Sunagakure alliance to contain Iwagakure and Shirogakure, otherwise the Apocalypse Mountains would have been defeated. The agreement will be torn up immediately, and Sunagakure will be suppressed again. This time when you go to Koakuni, be careful of Shiragakure's movements. Chapter 100, Kingdom of Sichuan. The Kingdom of Sichuan was annexed by the Kingdom of Wind or the Kingdom of Fire many times in history, but it was re-established many times after the war. The position of daimyo in this country is empty. At the beginning, the government was dominated by a group of local nobles. Since the two countries of Wind and Fire have been fighting in the Kingdom of Sichuan in the past 2 years, the nobles have also been running away. The main people in charge of the Kingdom of Sichuan are local people, a group of civil servants who govern Point, although they were dissatisfied with the two great powers of Wind and Fire who had oppressed the Kingdom of Sichuan for many years and trampled on the country at will. With the arrival of envoys from the two great ninja villages, they did not dare to make any mistakes. In fact, in addition to Konoha and Sunagakure, Shiragakure's forces also began to strengthen their understanding of the Koakuni. Surrounded by the three major ninja village forces, a haze shrouded the Koakuni point. Compared with the situation in the country of Dakoa, the entire streets of its domestic administration were exceptionally clean and tidy today, as if they were waiting for some distinguished guests soon. With a loud roar, the Hyuga family's sedan swayed into the city streets, followed by several Hyuga family guards. Inata of the Hyuga family stepped out of the sedan chair and entered the reception hall prepared by Koronaguni. She saw that the person in charge and the prepared tea were neatly placed, waiting to entertain the distinguished guests. However, when Hinata Hizu took the first sip of tea, his eyes changed. He realized that this was the most popular way of drinking tea during this period, and his mood suddenly became very bad. It's just crude tea. Has the country of Koa also abandoned these traditions and forgotten the true tea ceremony? Putting down the teacup in his hand, Hinata Hizashi expressed dissatisfaction with Koinaguna's serving of this new type of tea cake. Any big ancient family has strict tea ceremony procedures. When it comes to drinking tea. The tea cakes spread from the land of Wind were seen as evil by Hyuga Hizashi, abandoning the past traditions of the ninja world. I'm sorry, Koakuni's finances have been depleted over the years, and there is no more money left to purchase and maintain these trivial matters. The young civil servant of the Kingdom of Sichuan who was in charge of simple affairs said without any expression that, although he tried his best to restrain himself from the envoys from the Kingdom of Fire along the way, Hinata Hizashi seemed dissatisfied with everything, and even found trouble when drinking tea. Some things have nothing to do with money, but a kind of will and spirit. Faced with Hinata's reprimand, the civil servant took a step back. He didn't want to stay with this young but solid-minded guy. When he stood up to resign, he was stopped by the Hinata family. Is this money enough for you to make the tea soup again? Hinata Hizu really hated drinking this kind of crude tea, so he was in a very bad mood. Even the little civil servant in front of him looked a little displeased, so he directly took out enough money and asked him to prepare it. In the Korakora country, this kind of tea cake has been popularized on a large scale because of its simplicity and convenience. The craftsmen of centuries in the past fled our country as early as the early days of the war. Currently, no one in the country is proficient in this art. The young civil servant sighed a little and explained that in the Kingdom of Sichuan, there are really not many people who know the tea ceremony. Generally, when wealthy families come to our small country, they will bring various servants with them, including masters of tea ceremony. At This point, the young civil servant stopped talking. Since the Hyuga family wants to show off, they should learn more thoroughly. Otherwise, who will care about you? If you come to such a remote place to show off, the country of Sichuan is rich in land, but its people are very poor. In addition, there has been no daimyo and aristocratic rule for many years, and the civil servants are not engaged in production, which directly leads to the weakness of the entire country. Several of the guards of the Hinata family looked a bit ugly. This little civil servant had failed to give the young master his face several times. How could he tolerate this? The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the guard of the Hinata family slowly stepped forward. So, let me ask you again, are you going or not? Faced with Konoha's pressing force, the young civil servant swallowed, but at this time the two Hyuga family guards took the initiative to stop advancing, and instead looked at the young civil servant with wary expressions. What happened to them? It's really difficult to drink tea made from tea cakes. A soft voice sounded from behind the little civil servant, and the owner of the voice, Kuromi Shiraishi, was wearing a white coat and his iconic pair of glasses, and quickly entered the room. Shiraishi's posture has the air of a handsome young man, and the other Sunagakure guards around him are also good masters at first glance. Didn't Sunagakure Zibizo senpai teach you about the tea ceremony? Seeing Shiraishi's appearance, Hyuga Hinata signaled his men to stand down. Bullying the civil servants of Koakuni in front of the Wind Country would only leave words and excuses. Coupled with the current situation in Konoha, Hyuga Hinatsu exercised great restraint. At the same time, Hinata were also a little confused. Why did people from Konoha and Sunagakure arrange receptions in the same embassy? As a promoter of the new style of drinking tea, Shiraishi naturally needs to defend himself. I think the so-called tea ceremony is mainly about sitting and forgetting oneself, pursuing natural integration, and being too rigid in the situation. The so-called Tao is just following the trend. Shiraishi doesn't care about drinking tea, but Hinata Hisashi insists on competing with himself on these theoretical things. Reading www.ukanshu.net. Shiraishi can naturally also advocate mutual communication between humans and nature, and the melting of things and ourselves. Theoretical deception. We, the Hyuga clan, believe in respecting people and valuing life. Respecting people and valuing life also depends on their realm. In fact, people who are greedy for utilitarianism and fame will suffer from insomnia when drinking tea, which shows that their spiritual realm is too poor. In fact, only people with high moral standards drink tea as a gift from God. Drinking tea more energetic. Before Shiraishi opened his mouth, the young civil servant from before burst out laughing. Although he didn't say anything explicitly, the innuendo of Hinata was obvious in his words. Although he is a wealthy family in the ninja world, his true cultural level is still a bit low. Hyuga Hisatsu's use of respecting people and valuing students to refute that he never understands the zodiac is too nonsense. It is a different theory in itself. Before the Hyuga family could react, the little civil servant fled, leaving both Sunagakure and Konoha in a cold atmosphere. Interesting. These bureaucrats from the land of Sichuan. Koakuni deliberately arranged for himself and Hinata Hisashi to rest in this embassy. It was obvious that he had bad intentions. Currently, Sunagakure and Koakuni and Konoha and Sunagakure all have some secrets. Preparation for talks now being lumped together in one embassy will arouse some people's unnecessary sensitivities. In addition, Shiraishi also needs to pay attention to the situation on Shiragakure's side. He is a little worried about the situation on the west coast of Sunagakure. Compared to Konoha, Sunagakure has little power to guard the 13th district in the south of Konogakure. This time, there was someone else in charge of negotiating with Koakuni. This was not Shiraishi's concern. Thinking of Shiraishi, he sat down and drank tea with peace of mind and ignored Hinata and Hinashi. Hinata Hisu was ridiculed and his mood suddenly became bad. However, he was also calm and thinking about the next situation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.